I'm choosing to stay anonymous as I share this. I'm still paranoid about what I post online. This happened last fall, and I'm just now getting to a place where I can talk about it. I haven't told anyone everything, not even the police, but maybe someone here needs the warning more than I need the peace of mind. It started with a Craigslist ad. I was selling a bike. Nothing special, just a used Trek mountain bike I hadn't ridden in over a year. I was moving out of state for a new job and trying to get rid of stuff I didn't want to haul with me. I listed it for $150, figured I'd get haggled down to $100. The post went live at around 5 p.m. on a Tuesday. Within an hour, I had a message from a guy named Aaron. His reply was straightforward, still available, can come by tonight, cash in hand. He followed up with a phone number and added, don't mind paying full price if it's in good condition. I texted him my address and we agreed on 8 p.m. I even offered to meet outside to avoid him having to come in. He was polite, normal. I remember that part clearly. At 8:02, I got a message, outside now. I stepped out. There was a dark sedan idling on the curb with its lights on. A man stepped out, mid-30s, average build, clean jeans and a gray hoodie, normal looking, almost forgettable. He walked up, looked over the bike quickly, handed me $150 in 20s, and thanked me. Said his nephew had just gotten into mountain biking. I told him I hope he got some use out of it. That was it. 15 minutes, max. Then, 3 days later, I got another text from the same number. Hey, I have a question about the bike. I replied, sure, what's up? He didn't respond until later that night. Is this the only one you had? That struck me as a little odd, but I replied, yeah, just the one. Why? No answer. The next day, I noticed a black sedan parked across the street from my apartment. I live in a second-floor walk-up in a small building. My window faces the street. At first, I thought nothing of it, just a random car. But when it was still there the next morning, I took a picture of it. No front plate, just tinted windows and a little tree-shaped air freshener on the mirror. That evening, I texted Aaron again. Is this about the bike or something else? Not trying to be rude, just don't want random messages. Again, no reply. The car was gone by the time I went to bed. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe the car had nothing to do with him. I mean, this was Craigslist. Weirdos happen, right? Then, a week later, I woke up to an email. Different address, but the message said, saw your old ad. Is the bike still available? There was no phone number, just the text and a single blank profile picture. The original post had already expired, so it wasn't even visible anymore. I didn't reply. The next night, I went out with friends. When I got home, the doormat outside my apartment was gone. It sounds stupid, I know, but it was a very specific mat, bright yellow, said, "Stay weird," in purple letters. No one else in the building had anything like it. I checked with my neighbors. Nobody saw anything. I replaced the mat the next day, trying not to spiral. But by this point, I had a gut feeling. This was about the bike. So I searched my email and texts. Then I dug deeper into my Craigslist account. Nothing strange. No password changes, no login attempts. But I noticed something. My ad had been reposted, word for word. Same photo, same city, different contact information. It was under the bicycles section, but the location was tagged a few blocks from where I lived. The title was identical. Trek mountain bike, great condition, $150. I flagged it as a duplicate, but it was gone within hours, removed, not deleted. I checked again that night, and it was back, this time with a different number. Someone was using my photos and reposting the ad. I borrowed a friend's phone and texted the number, just, "Is the bike still available?" The reply came 5 minutes later. Already sold, but I might be selling another one soon. That's when I knew someone was baiting people with my post. The next few days were quiet. I thought maybe it was over. Then one of my friends, Avery, texted me out of nowhere. "Dude, did you put your bike ad back up? I think I saw it." I told her no. She sent me a screenshot. Same photo, same description. But this time, the price was lowered to $50. I tried calling the number from my phone. It went to voicemail. No name, just a beep. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things. I don't live in a dangerous neighborhood, but I don't live in a quiet one either. Cars, dogs, yelling, normal city noise. Still, every creak of the floorboard made me jump. Then, around 2 a.m., I got a phone call from an unknown number. I didn't answer. The voicemail came through. I listened. It was about 10 seconds of silence and a slow, audible breathing. Nothing else. I blocked the number and tried to sleep. The next morning, my window was open. Not unlocked. Open. I never open it, and I sure as hell didn't do it that night. I called the police. They came, took a report, but with no actual break-in, there wasn't much they could do. I told them about the Craigslist ad, the car, the voicemail. One officer nodded politely. The other looked bored. "Probably just someone messing around. These things happen," one said. I asked if they'd at least trace the number from the voicemail. They told me unless there was a threat or a crime, they couldn't request a subpoena. So, I changed the locks, bought a new deadbolt, installed a camera outside my door, and set motion alerts to my phone. I didn't feel safe anymore. 2 nights later, the alerts went off. 2:13 a.m., motion detected. I checked the feed. A man in a hoodie was standing just out of frame. Only part of his shoulder and shoe were visible, like he knew where the camera was and avoided it on purpose. I called the cops again. This time, they took it more seriously. They sent someone to patrol the neighborhood, told me to call if I saw anything again. That morning, I went online to search local news. I don't know what I expected, but what I found chilled me. 2 weeks earlier, a man had been found dead in a neighboring suburb, listed as a Craigslist-related incident. The buyer showed up, stabbed him, and left with nothing. The police report said there were no clear motives, and the victim had listed a stereo system for sale. A few months before that, another stabbing. Same pattern. Craigslist ad. Buyer meets seller. Seller dies. There was no official name in the press, but people in the comments kept saying it. It's the Craigslist killer again. I froze. The pattern was obvious. Pick a generic item, respond to sellers who live alone, and strike when they least expect it. And I had posted my address. Avery begged me to stay with her. I agreed. I left the camera up at my apartment, logged into it from her place. 2 days later, the alerts started again. 1:47 a.m. Motion. This time, the man stepped into frame. It was the same guy who bought the bike, Aaron. Same hoodie, same face. He stood there staring at the camera for 10 full seconds, then walked away. I called the police again, showed them the footage. They promised to follow up. I gave them his number, his texts, everything, but I never got a call back. I never went back to that apartment either. Avery helped me break my lease early. We moved everything out during the day, while a couple of her friends stood guard. I moved 2 states away, started over. That was 8 months ago. I haven't heard from Aaron since, but I still check Craigslist sometimes, just to be sure. And every once in a while, I still see my bike. Same photo, same price, different contact number. This story includes mentions of domestic violence and child abuse. Reader discretion advised. I never thought babysitting once seemingly normal family would turn into the scariest night of my life. What I found hidden in their basement wasn't just disturbing. It shattered everything I thought I knew about trust and safety. If you think you've seen red flags before, wait until you hear this. This all started last year when I was babysitting for a family that seemed completely normal on the surface. Looking back, the red flags were there the whole time, but I was naive and scared, and I didn't want to make waves. Now, I realize I should have done something much sooner. I'm gonna try to tell the whole story, but fair warning, it gets dark, and I'm still scared. I was 20 years old, a college student trying to make some money on the side by babysitting. I'd babysat for several families by then, mostly kids younger than 8. It was mostly easy work. Play with the kids, put them to bed, watch a bit of TV. One of my regular gigs was with the Johnson family. They lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood not far from campus. White picket fences, neat lawns, that kind of thing. The parents, Mark and Lisa Johnson, seemed like typical middle-class folks. Mark worked as a contractor, sometimes came home late with dirty hands and a tired face. Lisa was a librarian at the local elementary school. Their kid, Danny, was 7 when I first started babysitting him. At first, everything was pretty normal. Mark and Lisa were polite, but not overly chatty. They paid me well and always seemed grateful. Danny was quiet, maybe a bit shy, but I figured he was just introverted. Honestly, he always seemed a bit off. Not in a spooky way, just reserved, I guess. He didn't like being touched, even in casual ways like a pat on the back or a hug goodnight. I remember one time when I tried to ruffle his hair and he flinched like I hit him. I thought maybe he just wasn't used to strangers. There was something else I noticed early on, but never said anything about. The house sometimes smelled weird. It was like metallic, kind of like rusted iron or old blood. I'm not crazy, I swear. I don't know if it was in the carpet or the basement, but it was there. I remember one time when Lisa said they were trying some new vitamins that gave the house a weird smell. I just nodded and didn't press it. Danny wasn't a normal kid. He didn't smile much. He barely laughed. Most of the time, he sat quietly on the couch, staring at the TV without really watching. When I asked him what he wanted to play, he usually said, nothing, or, I don't care. He never even asked questions about my life. Once, he even said, flatly, people don't like me. I asked why. He didn't answer. One night, a few months into babysitting, I came over at 6 p.m. Mark and Lisa said they'd be out late, so I was alone with Danny. We were watching cartoons when I heard strange noises coming from the basement. It was a low creaking sound, like something heavy moving. I asked Danny about it. He didn't look at me. He just whispered, "That's where the bad stuff is." I laughed nervously and asked, "What bad stuff?" He shook his head. "Don't go down there." I joked that I wasn't scared, but honestly, I was. The basement door was in the hallway, usually locked. That night, it was closed, but not locked. Over the next few weeks, I noticed little things. Sometimes the basement door was slightly open when it shouldn't have been. Danny looked more nervous around it. One time, I asked if I could see the basement. He said, no. I didn't push. This is when things took a dark turn. It was late October. I came over around 6:30 p.m. Mark said he wasn't feeling well, so Lisa needed to work late. I was alone with Danny. The house was colder than usual. The metallic smell was stronger. Danny was jittery, almost scared. He barely spoke to me. Around 9 p.m., the power flickered and then went out. It was pitch black. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight. I went to check the breaker. but on my way back, I noticed the basement door was slightly ajar. My heart sank. I told Danny to stay upstairs, but I needed to know what was down there. I took a flashlight from the kitchen and crept down the stairs. The air was cold and damp. I swept the beam across old boxes, furniture, tools. Then I saw it. A large sheet of plywood nailed shut against one wall. Near the bottom was a small, roughly cut hole, big enough to peek inside. I crouched and looked. What I saw made me want to scream. There was a small hidden room behind the plywood. The walls were scratched with deep claw marks. There were dark smears on the wall that looked like dried blood. On the floor was a torn jacket, small, child-sized. I stumbled back and dropped the flashlight. The noise echoed. I heard footsteps behind me. Curious, aren't we? Mark's voice was low and angry. I spun around. He was standing at the top of the stairs, face hard, eyes cold. What are you doing down here? I tried to lie. I heard noises. He shook his head. This isn't your business. I backed away. He followed me upstairs, locking the basement door behind him. His glare told me I was in serious trouble. I didn't sleep that night. My mind raced. I thought about calling the police, but didn't know what to say. I didn't have proof. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things. The next day, I called Lisa. I asked if Mark was stressed, if everything was okay. She sounded distant. Mark, he's fine. I pressed gently. She told me not to worry, that I was probably just tired. I wasn't convinced. Weeks later, I was babysitting again. Danny was quiet, but looked more scared than ever. I asked him gently about the basement. He looked down and whispered, "There was a bad man here before." "Who?" I asked. "My dad, but not the nice one." I tried to ask more, but he shut down. Then he said, "If you tell anyone, he'll come back." I couldn't ignore it anymore. I talked to my roommate about everything. She told me to call Child Protective Services. I was scared, but I knew I had to. Child Protective Services came out. They did a welfare check. Police visited. Mark and Lisa seemed on edge. The officers found the basement door locked tight. They insisted on a search warrant. When the authorities broke down the plywood, they discovered the hidden room. Inside, there were signs of long-term abuse. The claw marks, dried blood, and old clothing told a grim story. It turned out Mark had a violent history. His ex-wife had accused him of abuse. There were restraining orders. The hidden room was where he had locked up his older daughter, Danny's sister, for days at a time. She had escaped years ago and was now helping the police. Danny was taken into protective custody. He now lives with relatives. Lisa was questioned, but there's no evidence she was involved. Mark was arrested on multiple charges. I quit babysitting. I still have nightmares about that basement, but I'm glad I finally did something. If you're babysitting or working with kids and something feels off, please trust your instincts. If you see signs of abuse, don't stay silent. You could save a life. I'm a 17-year-old guy currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I'm not going to specify the exact trail because I've been doing this stuff long enough to realize what happens when you post stuff on the internet. Whether it's a good trail, abandoned mine, ghosts, or whatever it may be, people come flocking, and usually with a lot of trash and loud music. Anyway, this particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. Pretty simple in and out overnight trip. I planned to go with my friend, but at the last minute he had to cancel, and I was left on my own. So, with a packed bag and a car ready to go, I decided to go on my own. Not leaving the house on time, and some trouble navigating rough forest roads, I didn't arrive to the trailhead until around 5:45, which for those of you who don't backpack, this is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast, so I figured if I moved quick enough, I could get at least 2 to 3 miles in before I had to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and everyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially for where I was and being on my own. Eventually, it got so dark that I could only see where my headlamp was pointing, and that's when I figured I needed to stop and get a camp set up. With only using the headlamp as my light source and trying to move fast, I ended up in a less than ideal spot, but there were some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it looked like people had been there before, but definitely not recently. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got the fire going. I got my tarp set up and cracked open a can of chili mac I'd brought for myself and was very much looking forward to eating. I was feeling good. My camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike in had almost gone away, but it was still there. I guess a side effect of camping alone in a remote area. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I'd picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. I was sitting on the ground near my fire, eating my dinner, when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my camp. I looked at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail that night. I immediately turned my light on and towards the area where I'd seen the rock come from, but due to the density of the pine trees and brush, I could only see about 10 feet. I spent the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded me, searching for what or whoever had thrown that rock, not daring to stray too far from my fire that in hindsight offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I'd somehow kicked the rock, or it had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible if you weren't listening for them, but they were there. Still in a sleepy daze, I listened as the rustling of leaves got harder to hear, as I assumed they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I'd left next to me when I'd fallen asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I got as I came to realize that it was no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag and ducked out of my tarp and looked around. I was able to see a light off in the woods. It couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. It was my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where I have almost shit my pants. The flashlight that I'd left sitting right next to me when I'd fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in the other hand, and keeping my head on a swivel. I weighed my options: stay here and wait out the night, or attempt the 3-mile hike back to the car in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out there with me was definitely going to have a better advantage if I was out on a trail without light. So I decided to stay at the camp and wait out the night there. Eventually, it came back. I could hear it, walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like someone leisurely walking by, like they were on a stroll without a care in the world. Sometimes it would walk too far away, and I would lose the sound of its steps. But then, an hour later, maybe two, it would return, still faint as ever. This went on for about 3 or 4 hours, until I listened to the steps get closer and closer, until they were about 7 feet from me. At this point, the fire had gotten very small, as I'd run out of wood from my pile. The footsteps stopped, and everything went totally silent. I sat there still for 2 hours, clutching a knife in my hand, and prayed that I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I was alone in my campsite. I packed my things and sped-walked the 3 miles back down the trail I'd taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprinted to it as I unlocked my Subaru and jumped in and drove, and I didn't stop until I put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apache Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see or talk to another person. As I exited the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back window of my car. "Sleep well," it said. A lot of weird things have happened to me on my various adventures through Arizona, but this is the weirdest and scariest by far, so I thought I'd share it. There is a seriously deranged person living in Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favor and stay as far away from those mountains as you can. So this happened last year in Virginia, and is also the reason I never backpack alone anymore. I was taking summer courses at the time, and we ended up with a 3-day weekend in June, so I thought it was a great time to go explore some of the Virginia wilderness. I did a Google search and found a state park with a trail that looked nice, and let my roommate and family know the trail I was going to be on. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people hiking the Appalachian Trail stop. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I got lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not well known that has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I had him show me on the map. It took me outside the state park, but he said it was a great place to go. I paid for the map and thanked the owner. I texted my roommate and parents about the new trail, and I parked my car and set off on my adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning 3 days, 2 nights. I started on a part of the Appalachian Trail, and it was pretty packed with people, and some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, as I got further and further from the main trails, I saw less and less people. Around early afternoon, 3 miles from my destination, I noticed it was unnaturally silent. There were no birds, no bugs, not even wind, and I had a feeling of being watched. I shook it off as me overanalyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall, and it wasn't too spectacular, but it was cool to look at. Plus it had a good-sized area to swim in, so naturally I stripped down to my skivvies and took a dip. It was pretty refreshing. As I was getting my clothes back on, I started whistling to myself. It was a chill bill because it was stuck in my head. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it was a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it, and it'll repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched again. Like I'd get goosebumps and my hairs would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did this, I became hyper-aware that again, there was no sound, just deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I'm not safe, and to get out of there. I ignored it, and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up the next morning, my site was trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found. My bear bag with my food was cut down, and the contents were thrown across the site. My first thought was a crafty animal chewed through the rope and got at the bag, but I looked at the rope, and it was cut with something very sharp. Plus, none of the food was even touched. I also noticed bare footprints all around my campsite. Keep in mind, I'm at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at the mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look in that direction. I saw nothing, but I heard that whistling again. My whistle from yesterday, but it was different. It sounded more sinister. It made my hair stand on end, and this is when I listened to my instincts to get the hell out of there. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up my camp as fast as I could. The whistling got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. I didn't bother with putting anything away properly. The whistling was incessant, and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling. I stood up and I yelled into the woods, "Shut up," and "What the fuck do you want?" It stopped whistling, and it was quiet for a moment. Then it repeated what I said in my voice. It sounded just like me, but distorted like it came from an old TV. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran the direction I came. I heard it moving just behind me, fast switching between the whistle and my voice. It felt like it was toying with me, not coming too close, but not being too far. Eventually it sounded like it got further and further away from me. Then it stopped suddenly. When it stopped, I stopped and turned around. I wished I didn't, because I heard the most bone-chilling screech ever coming from right next to me. That's when I started running again. I didn't look, I only ran. Less than half a mile, I ran into a couple that was also backpacking. They saw the look of terror in my face and asked if that was me that screamed, and they asked me if I was okay. I told them about what happened, and they decided to not go down where I just came from. We moved to a more populated trail as quickly as we could. As soon as I got back in my car, I drove to one of the park ranger stations and reported what happened. Since the site was off park grounds, they told me it wasn't in their jurisdiction, but they'll send a ranger to investigate. The ranger station's parking lot run right up to the woods, and when I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Chill Bill tune coming from the woods just in front of me. I have never driven so fast in my life. When I told my roommate why I was back after only one night, all he said was, "Bro, I'm never going camping with you." This happened about 4 years ago. For a bit of backstory, I am from Australia and lived there during this event. At the time, my girlfriend, now wife, lived in another country but was visiting me over Christmas break. I lived in a big city, which if you drove about an hour in any direction, would either lead to another city or beautiful nature. My friends and I decided to take my girlfriend to see some of this beautiful nature, and decided on a national park about an hour and a half from where we lived. This place is definitely no sort of secret location. It's very well known, but there are a ton of different areas to it, all with different rural and windy roads taking you to the various areas of the park. We'd gone in 2 different cars, my friends in one, and my girlfriend and I in another to have some time together. We finished out the day of hiking, and we were heading home down one of the less common roads. I remember seeing this really beat-up old 70s sedan with a wild-looking guy in the driver's seat drive past us in the other direction. This wasn't uncommon, as there are a lot of smaller, less economically sound towns spattered around the area. But for some reason, him and his car stood out, and my girlfriend noticed it as well. About 200 meters further down the windy road, there was a pull-off area. Just a semicircle of gravel you could pull off to look at the view towards the ocean. There was a camper van belonging to a company that mostly rented out colorful vans to backpackers parked there, with a woman standing in front of it. As soon as she sees us, she jumps out onto the road and flags us down. Now, I've read enough of these subs to know pulling in to help her on a quiet road might not be the safest idea, but back then I hadn't, and my friends were in the car directly behind us. Luckily, she wasn't the person I didn't want to meet. She was quite obviously upset and scared when we pulled in. I told my girlfriend to wait in the car, and I got out to speak to her. She was almost in tears. I can't remember where she was from, but it was a Central European country from memory, touring around with her 4 or 5-year-old daughter. She told me her van had broken down and she pulled off there, then called the van company's assistance line and was waiting for help. By this time, my friends had pulled in behind us, and a couple of them had come over to see what was up. Apparently, a scary man had driven past her a few times already. First time pulling over to offer to take her and her daughter to the nearest town for help. She'd thanked him and said no, and that she was waiting for the assistance vehicle. He left, but then kept driving past every 10 to 15 minutes in opposite directions, slowing down and looking at them, then driving off. She begged us to stay with her while she waited for the assistance vehicle, because the guy terrified her and her daughter. I agreed. My friends, being the awesome people they are, decided my girlfriend and I were enough, and they ditched us. Thanks, guys. We stayed with the woman for a little while, before the car my girlfriend and I had seen earlier drove past kinda slowly, coming the opposite way we'd seen him the first time. As soon as he'd driven around the bend, the lady told us that was the scary man that she'd been seeing before we got there. This got my girlfriend and I to take her much more seriously after the feeling we got from this guy, just seeing him on the road. A few minutes later, he came back from the other direction, and he pulled into the parking area. For a bit more context, I'm not an intimidating man. I'm tallish, but I have almost zero muscle and fairly soft features, so there's not at all intimidating me. A terrified foreign woman, her tiny daughter, my girlfriend, who doesn't look that intimidating but is tough as nails, parked off a quiet road in a rural location, with a not-so-nice-looking guy pulling in to where we were. Great. He gets out and is redneck as hell, and definitely not friendly-looking. No judgment on the redneck part. I come from a poor country town north of our city, and those are my people, but hopefully that sets a picture. He strolls over to us. At this point, I walk towards him to put myself between the girls and him. I have no idea where this bravery came from. I would definitely not describe myself as a brave person normally. He looks at the girls, then me, and asks if he can help. I tell him no. We're just waiting for the assistance vehicle. Then say we've got it covered. He then says maybe he could stay and wait with the woman and her daughter so that we don't have to. I tell him we're happy to stay and thank him, but again, we've got it covered. He kind of just stood there for a while, staring at all of us, not really saying anything, giving off really creepy vibes. After what seemed like forever, another car drove past us and looked out, but kept going. This seemed to startle him. He mumbled good luck and got in his car and drove off. We waited with this poor scared woman and her daughter for almost 90 minutes. We ended up talking a lot, and hopefully we have made her opinions of Australians a bit brighter after the mega creep. Finally, the assistance vehicle arrived. A bigger guy who could definitely handle himself. I asked to see his ID and stuff to be safe, but he was in a car marked by the company. He had all the tools and definitely seemed legit. We gave the lady my number and asked her to text me when she was off safe. She was so grateful to us for staying with her for such a long time. It made me feel good that even if this guy was just a weird-looking, awkward country guy that didn't mean any harm and was really just trying to help, we had still made her feel more comfortable in a strange country. I don't think he was, and definitely believe he was up to no good. But you never know. I did get a message from her to say she was safe, so everything ended well. But, creepy mountain guy, let's not meet again. I'm in my late 60s now. This happened many years ago. I'd worked for most of my life as a forest surveyor, the kind of job that keeps you deep in the backcountry, hiking remote timberlands with a clipboard, compass, and silence for company. Over time, I developed a private obsession, finding lost towns, not the ones on the tourist maps, the real ones, the settlements that had disappeared so completely. It was like they'd been swallowed whole by the land. Sometime in the late 90s, I came across a strange reference in a 1910s freight ledger from a regional rail line. It listed a handful of grain shipments going out from a station I didn't recognize. Just a name and a code. I double-checked maps, county records, even property archives. Nothing. It wasn't a station anyone had heard of, not a town listed in any history book. It was just a shadow in a ledger, last active in 1924. I tried twice to find it on my own, failed both times. By then, the forests had reclaimed everything. Old logging roads were gone. The rail spur that had once connected the area was reduced to a patch of rusted nails and earth decompressions in the moss. On my third attempt, I brought my great-nephew. He was 13, sharp, grounded, respectful. I thought it might be good for him to spend a few days disconnected from the world, and I wouldn't mind help hauling gear. We hiked in over 2 days. The last trail we followed was barely that, more suggestion than path. But late on the second day, we found it. A shallow valley with 5 weathered buildings, 3 homes, a narrow wooden structure that might have been a school or chapel, and a single-room trading post. There were no roads, no recent signs of life. It was too remote, too well hidden. Everything was still. One of the homes looked like it had been left in a hurry. Furniture in place, a coat hanging by the door. Upstairs, a suitcase packed and left open on the bed. In the kitchen, a chair pushed back from the table. A plate and fork coated in a fine layer of dust and mold. It felt interrupted, like someone had stood up in the middle of dinner and never came back. The store had a few cans left on the shelves, faded boxes of soap, a jar of candy that had turned into powder, hand-painted signs for rope and dried goods. My nephew pointed out that there was no cash box, no ledger, no safe, nothing of value, just the shell and the quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the usual forest sounds. I didn't notice at first. It was him who said it. Why is it so quiet? We stood there, listening, and it was like the world had stopped outside the valley. Then we found the letter. It had slipped behind a cabinet in the store, sealed in a brittle envelope. I opened it, dated May 1924. The handwriting was shaky but legible. The writer, someone named Walter, mentioned the loss of the elevator, no trains for weeks, and we can't stay any longer, not after what's happened. There was one more line scribbled sideways along the bottom margin. They started acting strange when the last train came. We should have left sooner. That night, we camped near the edge of the clearing. My nephew didn't sleep. Said he kept hearing footsteps in the woods. I told him it was just branches cracking, maybe a deer. But I didn't sleep either. At one point, I stepped away from the fire to relieve myself. The moon was out, full and white. From the edge of the tree line, I could see all 5 buildings clearly. And for a split second, just a blink, I could have sworn there was someone standing in the doorway of the farthest house. A tall, still figure, like a shadow that hadn't moved with the wind. When I blinked again, it was gone. I didn't mention it to the boy. We left first thing the next morning. We tried to go back a year later, same trailhead, same direction. Nothing. The clearing was gone, or covered, or had never been where we thought. Logging companies had moved through, and everything had shifted. We spent 3 days searching. We never found it again. I still have the photos from that first trip, but they're off, blurry, foggy, distorted like they were taken through old glass. You can tell there are buildings, but they look warped somehow, as if the place didn't want to be captured properly. I've looked for more references in the years since. The name from the ledger doesn't show up in any official state record. It's not in the National Archives. That stretch of rail was torn up in the 30s, and the company went bankrupt by 41. It's like that place, and whatever happened there was scrubbed clean. My nephew still remembers it. We talked about it a few months ago. He said, "I don't think we were supposed to find it." And I think he's right. Some towns die, some are erased, but some, just a few, are left behind on purpose. This happened in 2017, but I still think about it way too often. I've only ever told a few friends because I know how it sounds, and because I don't really want to think too hard about what might have happened if we'd stayed the night. For context, I used to be a pretty avid backpacker. I've done a lot of trails in the western US, but this story takes place during a trip to the Olympic National Park in Washington. My friend Chris and I were doing a 5-day loop, mostly off-grid, using a series of primitive shelters marked along the route. If you've ever hiked the Olympic backcountry, you know it's dense. Moss-covered trees, minimal sunlight even at midday, and a weird, persistent silence broken only by distant water or the occasional crow. We were maybe 3 days in, deep in the Hoh rainforest when this happened. It was late afternoon when we reached one of the trail shelters, basically a 3-sided wooden lean-to with a raised roof and floor. These are pretty common in remote hiking areas and usually have a metal box with a logbook inside so hikers can sign in, leave notes, weather warnings, whatever. We'd planned to stay there for the night. It was the only structure for miles, and we hadn't seen another person in over 24 hours. The second we stepped up onto the platform, I knew something felt wrong. There was no obvious sign of trouble, nothing damaged, no gear left behind. But the moment I ducked inside, I felt it in my chest, that low buzz of unease that you can't quite name. Chris felt it too. He stopped halfway through unpacking and said, "You getting a weird vibe, or is it just me?" Definitely not just him. Still, we chalked it up to fatigue, or maybe just the heavy atmosphere of the place. The shelter faced a small clearing with a fire ring and a log bench, and behind it, the forest just swallowed everything. Thick green walls of moss and trees, no real visibility past 15 or 20 feet. I went to check the logbook. Standard spiral-bound journal in a rusted ammo box. I opened it, expecting entries about trail conditions or someone's dumb doodles. Most of the entries were normal. 9:12. Rainy, trail muddy, heading south. No bear sightings. 9:10. Stayed here with the dog. Quiet night. Firewood low. 9:8. Storm came in fast. Shelter held up fine. But the last one, dated the day before, was different. Scrawled hastily in heavy pencil across a single line, it said, "He followed me here." That's it. No date, no name, no follow-up, no next entry. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I even flipped a few pages forward to make sure I hadn't missed a second part. Nothing. Chris saw my face and asked, "What's it say?" I handed it over. He read it, closed the book, and very calmly said, "We're not sleeping here." Now, we're not the paranoid type. We've camped in places with bear tracks, heard wolves howling nearby, even had a guy try to rob us once near Flagstaff. But this was different. This wasn't fear of wildlife or some tangible threat. This was the feeling of being watched, and we couldn't shake it. We decided to push on, even though the sun was starting to dip. According to the map, there was a riverside clearing about 1.5 miles ahead. No shelter, but enough space to pitch our tent. We packed fast and left the logbook exactly where we found it. As we walked, the forest got darker in a way that it does when everything's soaking up the light. We kept hearing soft cracks behind us, twigs snapping, branches shifting. Every time we stopped to listen, it stopped too. Eventually, Chris muttered, "I don't think we're alone." I didn't say anything, because I agreed. We made it to the clearing just as the sky started turning dark blue. We didn't cook dinner, didn't start a fire, just set up the tent in silence, both of us facing the tree line, listening. Nothing came out of the woods, but that didn't mean nothing was in them. I barely slept. Every rustle, every breeze through the trees sounded like footsteps. I kept thinking about the way that sentence was written, hurried, sharp. He followed me here. Not a bear, not someone following me, just he. Like the writer assumed the reader would know. Who was he? And did he leave? The next morning, we packed up at dawn and booked it down the trail. No breakfast, no coffee. We passed two hikers going the other way around at 11 a.m. And I almost said something about the shelter, but I didn't want to sound insane. What was I going to tell them? Watch out for some guy in the woods who maybe followed someone a day before us. Instead, we warned them that the shelter felt off and that there were better camping spots ahead. They nodded and kept walking. I still wonder about them sometimes, if they made it out okay, if they stayed the night and saw or heard anything, if they added to the logbook. When we got back to the trailhead 2 days later, I stopped in at the ranger station to file a wildlife report, standard procedure. Before leaving, I asked casually if anyone had mentioned anything strange near the Hoback Country shelter. The ranger looked up and raised an eyebrow. Like what? I just shrugged. Odd noises, weird vibe, that kind of thing. She hesitated, then said, "You're not the first to ask." She wouldn't say more than that. For months after we got home, I kept checking backpacking forums to see if anyone had mentioned that shelter or the logbook. Nothing. And then, maybe 6 months later, I saw a thread buried in a forum for Pacific Northwest hikers where someone talked about finding a damaged logbook in a trail shelter near the Olympic coast. The entries had been torn out, but the last visible one said, "He's still out there." That was it. I didn't reply, didn't bookmark it. I wish I had. But I saw it, and it matched the handwriting in my memory. I haven't been back to that park since. I still hike, still camp, but I vet every shelter now. I carry a Garmin. I trust my gut, and I always read the logbooks. Every single page. I've never posted on Reddit before, but I've lurked for years, and I always read these creepy outdoors threads like it's my religion. This happened in 2021. I haven't told many people, mostly because saying it out loud somehow makes it feel less real, but it's stuck with me ever since. This isn't a ghost story, nothing supernatural, no Bigfoot, no skinwalkers, but I still get goosebumps when I think about it, because he was real. I saw him, heard him speak, and I have no idea what the hell he was doing out there. For some background, I live in the UK now, but I grew up in Oregon. I spent most of my 20s hiking and wild camping all over the Cascades and parts of the Rockies. Solo trips were my thing, not because I'm some kind of woodsman badass, but because I like the solitude. I do 3 to 5 day backpacking loops, nothing too extreme, usually sticking to marked but remote trails. This happened on a trip in the Wallowa Mountains, eastern Oregon. If you know them, you know it's a stunning area. Alpine lakes, high passes, wide open meadows, and very, very quiet. Even in peak season, some trails see almost no traffic. I planned a 4-day loop hitting several lakes, Aneroid Lake, Jewett, and a few smaller ones deeper in. I started midweek to avoid weekend traffic. On day 3, I'd camped at a spot near an unnamed alpine tarn about 9 miles from the trailhead. I hadn't seen a soul since day 1. It was late morning, sun was high, sky clear, but still cool in the shade of the forest. I just packed up and was descending a switchback trail that led through thick pine before opening up into a wider ridge with panoramic views. A quiet morning, no wind or noise at all. I rounded a bend and saw a man coming toward me, maybe 100 feet ahead. Right away, I noticed something was off. He wasn't carrying anything. No pack, no water bottle, not even a day bag. He was barefoot, in the Wallowas, on granite and dirt and shale. Just shorts and a thin, sweat-darkened t-shirt. I immediately stopped. When you're deep in the backcountry and you see another person, it's usually a relief. A nod, a good morning, sometimes even a brief chatter about trail conditions. But this guy? Something in me braced. I wasn't even scared yet, just alert. He kept walking toward me like nothing was unusual. We passed each other in one of the narrower parts of the trail. As he got close, I opened my mouth to ask, "Are you all right?" But he spoke first. He looked at me right in the eyes and said, "I'm almost done." That's it. No expression, no pause, just that. And he walked past me and kept going. His feet were filthy, cracked and bleeding at the heels, toenails broken. There were scratches on his shins, like he'd been running through undergrowth. But he didn't look panicked or hurt, just empty, hollow. His face wasn't gaunt, but there was something about it that looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were sunken, skin drawn tight, like he'd been out there too long. But it's his voice that stuck with me. Not tired, not relieved, just flat, no inflection, like he was stating a fact. "I'm almost done." I turned to watch him as he walked away. He didn't turn back. I debated turning around. Honestly, for a solid minute, I stood there, trying to decide if I should follow him, try to figure out if he needed help. But here's the thing. I wasn't a beginner. I knew what it looked like when someone was in distress, lost, dehydrated, or mentally unwell. And this guy didn't look like any of those things. He looked like someone who had decided something, or maybe like someone who didn't belong out there to begin with. I don't know how else to describe it, but everything in my gut told me, do not go after him. So I didn't. I hiked out that day instead of staying the extra night I'd planned. I didn't feel scared exactly, but I was shaken, unsettled in a way I'd never experienced before. On the trail back, I passed a couple in their 40s heading in. I told them they might see another hiker coming out, described him briefly, barefoot, no pack. They just frowned. You sure he wasn't with someone? The woman asked. I shook my head. Definitely alone. We said goodbye and kept moving in opposite directions. I never found out if they saw him. When I got back to my car, I drove straight to the nearby ranger station. I felt dumb walking in and saying, hey, I saw a guy with no shoes on, but I needed to get it off of my chest. To their credit, the ranger I spoke to took me seriously. He wrote down what I saw, asked the usual questions, time, location, physical description. I mentioned the phrase, I'm almost done. He looked at me and asked, did he sound like he wanted to end it all? I told him honestly, I don't know. He didn't sound like anything. The ranger said they'd send someone to check the area in the morning. I never heard back. I've run through every scenario in my head. He was a trail runner who'd lost his gear and was trying to get out. But why barefoot? And where's the urgency? He was mentally ill. Maybe schizophrenic or in psychosis. Possible. But again, there was no agitation, no confusion. He was eerily calm. Maybe he was done with life, hiking out to disappear or die somewhere. It's the one that fits the best. But even that doesn't explain why someone would choose that trail, that remote, barefoot. Or maybe he was just a guy who snapped. Whatever it was, I think I crossed paths with him at the very end of something. A breakdown. A long, slow unraveling. I think he meant what he said. He was almost done. And I truly hope he made it out. Or, if that wasn't the plan, I hope he found what he was looking for. But the weirdest part, you'd think the creepiest thing was seeing him, or the blood on his feet, or the dead look in his eyes. But what I remember most vividly was the moment after he passed me, when I realized I hadn't heard him approaching at all. No footsteps, no snapping twigs, just silence until I looked up, and there he was. That, and the quiet certainty in his voice. This happened back in 2018, but it still feels like it just happened yesterday. I've been reading a lot of hiking stories lately, and figured it was time to tell mine. Maybe someone else has had a similar experience. Back then, I just turned 30. I was single, in decent shape, and had gotten into solo hiking as a way to clear my head. Nothing too extreme, just long day hikes, usually in the Lake District. But in 2018, I decided to go bigger. I booked a week off work, packed up my gear, and headed to Scotland to hike a stretch of the Great Glen Way. I was doing it alone, not uncommon, especially in late summer when the trail's busy enough to feel safe, but also quiet enough to feel like you're really out there. The weird thing didn't happen on the Great Glen Way, though. It happened when I strayed off of it. It was the 4th day of the hike. I'd left my accommodation near Loch Ness in the morning and made a really good time. The weather was perfect, overcast but dry, mid-teens Celsius, barely any wind. One of those Scottish days that feels like the wind's holding its breath. I'd reached my planned stopping point by 3 p.m., but I wasn't tired and had plenty of daylight left. There was a forest track leading off to the right, marked only by a weathered wooden gate and a no vehicle sign. I checked my OS map and saw that it led to an old fire road that looped back around to the main trail. It would add maybe 2 hours to my route. I figured, why not? famous last words. At first, the detour was lovely. No one else around, just thick pine woods and the soft crunch of gravel under my boots. The trees were dense, but the path was clear. An old forestry road with ruts and overgrowth, but nothing difficult. I remember it being very quiet. No birdsong, no wind. Just my footsteps and the occasional creak of branches. About 40 minutes in, I noticed a change. It wasn't anything obvious, just a shift in the mood, if that makes sense. The trees got denser, taller, the light thinner. The air smelled different, less fresh pine, more damp moss, and something faintly sour, like wet stone. I started to feel observed, not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like I'd walked into a room where someone had just stopped talking. I told myself I was overthinking it. Then I saw the man. He was maybe 30 feet off the trail, between the trees. I almost missed him. He was standing completely still, just there, like a statue, head slightly tilted downward, facing away from me. He looked like he was watching something on the forest floor, or listening, or maybe thinking. I stopped walking instinctively. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there. I called out, "Hey, mate, you all right?" No answer. Now, I'm not the kind of person who gets spooked easily. I've helped injured hikers before, talked to people wild camping off trail. There are all sorts of reasons someone might be in the woods, but there was something about the way this guy was standing that immediately put me on edge. He wasn't leaning or crouched. He was perfectly upright, arms at his sides, feet together, like he'd been planted there. His clothes were plain, a dark green jacket, brown trousers, nothing flashy, no gear, no bag, no visible reason to be that far out in the trees. He didn't acknowledge me at all. I took a step closer and repeated louder, "You okay, man?" Nothing, not even a flicker. He didn't turn, didn't nod, didn't even shift his weight. And that's when I felt it, that gut-deep animal sense that something was wrong. You know how your brain starts to explain things, even when your instincts are screaming. Mine was doing that in overdrive. Maybe he was hard of hearing, maybe he was drunk, maybe he was, I don't know, meditating. It all felt ridiculous, even as I thought it. I stopped moving, backed up a step, and that's when he tilted his head, just a little, just enough to let me know he'd heard me. He still didn't turn around, but that was enough. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked. Not fast. I didn't want to spook him, but steady, focused. Phone in hand, no signal of course, eyes on the trail, ears turned for any sound behind me. I never heard footsteps. I didn't stop until I hit a fork in the track and got back to a more open, visible stretch of trail. I didn't see him again, never heard anything behind me. I rejoined the Great Glen Way about an hour later, rattled, but trying to act normal. I told myself he was just a weird hiker, or someone dealing with mental health issues, or maybe just messing with me. But even as I thought that, I knew better. That wasn't just someone being weird. That was someone standing still for far too long, in a place that made no sense, completely unresponsive, until I was about to leave, and then showing me just enough that he knew I was there. Like it was a performance, or a warning. I spent that night at a bothy, where I met a friendly older walker from Edinburgh who knew the trails better than me. I ended up telling him about the strange encounter. He asked where it happened. I showed him on the map. He made a face, and then he said, I've heard things about that area. Forestry land, old hunting estate. They say there's stuff buried out there. World War II training grounds, old bunkers, things they never cleared. place is not on the official maps. I laughed it off, but he didn't. He just said, some folks say there are corners of these woods where people disappear. Not all at once. Just stop being seen. That was the end of the conversation. I finished the hike, didn't take any more detours, kept on the trail. I carried a torch at all times. I never saw anyone else like that. Never felt that way again, like I was being studied, measured, and deemed not worth responding to. I still hike, still love the solitude, but I've never gone back to that part of the trail. I even looked at a satellite map recently to try and find that fire road. It's there, faint, overgrown. It doesn't show up on most trail maps. It just vanishes into a dense patch of forest. I don't think I want to know what's at the end of it. This happened a couple of summers ago, while I was solo hiking in Sweden. Just minding my own business, trying to unplug from city life and clear my head. Sweden has these awesome little three-sided wooden shelters scattered along hiking trails, and they're free to use, really chill. Anyway, I'd been walking all day, my legs were toast, and I came across one of these shelters near a lake deep in the forest. Perfect spot. It was quiet, beautiful. The whole area smelled like pine and moss. I set up my sleeping bag inside, threw my backpack under my head, and just listened to the trees creaking and the birds doing their thing. It was getting late, like around 11 p.m. Still kind of light out because Swedish summers are weird like that. Long-ass twilight. I was drifting off when I heard footsteps come down the trail. Not animals, people. 3 of them showed up. 2 men and a woman. Middle-aged, looked like serious hikers or locals, all wearing those bright neon safety vests like they were on some kind of mission. One of the guys comes up to the shelter with a flashlight and just kinda stares at me. Hey, what are you doing here? I sat up, trying not to look like a deer caught in headlights. Camping. Just hiking through. He nodded slowly, still kind of eyeing me like I was doing something shady. And the woman spoke up. There have been some strange people around here. We're part of a neighborhood watch, just making sure everyone's safe. Strange people. Yeah, cool, thanks. Definitely what I wanted to hear right before sleeping alone in the woods. She explained that someone had gone missing a couple of weeks earlier. A guy who was camping not far from here. They found his tent and stuff, but no trace of him. He was just gone. Apparently some locals had also reported seeing a weird man hanging around the lake. Not a hiker, not a local, just some creepy lurker guy. They didn't stay long. Gave me that. You do you, but we warned you look. And headed off down the trail with their flashlights bouncing. So now I'm lying there, wide awake, staring into the trees like they're gonna sprout arms and grab me. I tried to chill. Told myself it was probably just locals being extra cautious. I mean, I've done solo hikes before. People get weird about it. Eventually, I dozed off. And then, at around 1 or 2 a.m., dead in the middle of the night, I woke up again. No sound woke me up. It was more like this sudden feeling that something was off. You know when your brain starts pinging danger, but you can't figure out why. I kept still and listened. Footsteps, soft, slow ones, coming from the direction of the lake. I sat up a bit, trying not to make a sound. The moon was really bright that night, like almost full moon bright, and everything was lit up in a silver blue. I saw movement between the trees, and out walks this old guy, alone, naked. I'm not joking. No shirt, no pants, not even socks. Just full grandpa mode, letting it all hang out, pale skin glowing in the moonlight. I swear it looked like something out of a dream, or a really specific nightmare. He wasn't drunk or stumbling. He just walked with this weird, loose-limbed shuffle, like he didn't quite know how to move his body. His head was tilted slightly, and he was muttering something under his breath. I couldn't make out the words. At first, I thought he hadn't seen me, but then he turned, and we locked eyes. I cannot stress enough how uncomfortable that moment was. I was halfway out of my sleeping bag, frozen in place. The guy just stared at me, totally unfazed that he was buck naked in the middle of the woods. And the way he looked at me, it wasn't angry, it wasn't scared. It was disappointed, like I'd crashed his party or broken some unspoken forest rule. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then, without a word, he turned around and slowly walked back into the woods, his saggy ass disappearing into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there in my sleeping bag with my camping knife clutched in my hand, like it was going to do anything. At first light, I was out. I packed up in like 3 minutes. I didn't even stop to make coffee. I practically ran back to the nearest village. I told a ranger about it later that day. I figured he'd laugh at me or tell me I was overreacting. Instead, he just nodded and said, "Yeah, people have seen him before." Sorry, what? He said there have been a bunch of reports over the years. Strange men, naked or half-naked, seen wandering the woods at night near the lake, sometimes staring, sometimes talking to themselves. One hiker claimed the guy tried to lead him somewhere. Another one said he disappeared into the lake without leaving a ripple. I asked if they ever found the missing camper. The ranger shook his head. I haven't been back to that part of Sweden since. I still love hiking, but I've become a lot more picky about where I sleep. No more 3-sided shelters. I want 4 walls, man. Doors, locks. So yeah, next time someone tells you the forest is peaceful and healing, just remember, it could contain moonlit wiener-waving forest ghouls who will judge your life choices with their cold, haunted eyes. Happy camping. This happened a couple of years ago in the summer of 2021. For context, I live in Salt Lake City and spend a lot of time outdoors. Day hikes, backpacking, winter camping, you name it. I've been in some strange situations before, but nothing like this. This one stuck with me in a way I still don't totally understand. It was a weekend trip in late July. My friend Wes and I had planned a 2-night backpacking loop in the Uintas, starting from the Crystal Lake trailhead, heading up to Long Lake, and then following a less traveled loop past West Lake and down through some smaller ponds. Not totally off-grid, but far enough to avoid crowds. We both had plenty of backcountry experience. I was 31 at the time. Wes was 29. We had bear spray, a Garmin in reach, topo maps, and decent weather. Blue skies, mid-70s during the day, and maybe low 40s at night. Pretty much perfect. We set off Saturday morning, hiked in about 6 miles, and set up camp near a small, unnamed lake that didn't show up on most trail apps, but was clearly visible on USGS maps. No other tents in sight, which is rare out there, even in the less popular areas. Honestly, we were stoked about that. We ate dinner, freeze-dried chili and instant mashed potatoes. We watched the sky go orange and purple, and turned in at around 10:30. I remember how clear the stars were that night. It was dead quiet. No wind, just stillness in the air. That changed at around 3 a.m. I woke up suddenly, like my body knew something was wrong before my brain caught up. At first, I thought I'd heard a coyote or maybe a fox, but it didn't sound right. It wasn't the short yip or bark I was used to hearing from coyotes. This was a scream, and it sounded human. I sat up in my tent and listened. About 30 seconds later, I heard it again. Loud, sharp, definitely female sounding, but weirdly strained, like someone trying to scream through a sore throat. It echoed off the trees and across the lake. Wes unzipped his tent and whispered, "Dude, are you hearing this?" "Yeah," I said. "You think it's an animal?" We listened. Exactly 30 seconds later, another scream. Same sound, same intensity. No movement, no variation. It wasn't getting closer or further away. It wasn't circling. It wasn't natural. Wes said, "That's not an animal. No way." And I agreed. We got out of our tents, but kept our headlamps off. The moon was bright enough that we could see the tree line. The sound was coming from the other side of the lake, but the trees made it impossible to see anything. We stood there in the dark, barely breathing, as the scream came again, sharp and blood-curdling, exactly 30 seconds later. It was like a broken record, playing over and over, every 30 seconds on the dot. We tried calling out, "Hello, is someone okay?" But no response, just the scream again, louder and more desperate this time. We stayed frozen for what felt like forever, maybe 45 minutes, until the screaming suddenly stopped. Complete silence. Neither of us slept again. We packed up as quickly as we could before dawn, eating cold jerky and granola bars. By first light, we were hiking back out, still shaken and glancing over our shoulders the entire way. We told the ranger at the trailhead what happened. He didn't look surprised. He said, "You're not the first to report that. People hear the scream every year or so, usually around the same time. Late summer, early morning. No one ever finds the source. We checked the area multiple times, but it's like it disappears." He shrugged and added, "Sounds like someone trying to imitate a person." We left it at that. To this day, I've tried to come up with a rational explanation. Was it an animal? Maybe. Mountain lions, bobcats, or foxes can make some weird sounds, but the timing and pitch were just wrong. Was it a prank? No one was out there but us, and we heard it from different spots around camp. Was it someone hurt? We never found footprints or signs of a person. I've never been so unnerved in the wilderness. If you've heard something like this in the Uintas or anywhere else, please share. I want to know that I'm not crazy. This happened a few years ago, and I still don't know how I didn't get mauled. I was camping in Great Smoky Mountains National Park with my partner Jess, and even though we both grew up in pretty cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods, we figured we were totally capable of handling a backcountry trip. Spoiler, we were not. Or rather, I was not. It was early fall, that sweet spot where the leaves are starting to change, but it's not freezing yet, and we'd been hiking around the park for a couple of days. Nothing extreme. Some easy trails, car camping, eating terrible trail mix, and occasionally arguing over the map. Neither of us had much real wildlife experience besides yelling at possums or doing the awkward, "Oh shit," walk around a goose blocking a sidewalk. We'd watched a couple of bear safety videos, had a can of bear spray neither of us had ever actually used, and for the most part, we kept food stored properly. Mostly. We were definitely not seasoned campers, but we were enthusiastic amateurs. The most dangerous part of the trip so far had been Jess almost face-planting into a stream trying to take a selfie. So, on our third night, We roll into this cozy, really quiet campsite tucked away a bit from the road. Not a soul around, just woods, misty hills and that, wow, we really could die out here and no one would know kind of solitude. We set up the tent, stack firewood, and I'm in full dopamine mode because we'd saved some steaks for that night. Our little backwoods gourmet moment. We made one fatal mistake. We left the cooler next to the picnic table. We should have thrown it in the car or bear box, no question, but we were tired, hungry, and just wanted to walk down to the scenic little stream for golden hour photos. I figured we'd only be gone for 20 minutes. I told myself, it's fine, it's fall. Bears are probably asleep or whatever. They are not. We hike down. It's pretty. The light is all orangey and perfect. We come back up the trail maybe 30 minutes later, and bam, there it is. A bear. Not a grizzly. Thank God we're not out west. But a solid, shaggy black bear, just vibing in our camp like it owned the place. Snout in the air, nosing around the cooler. Didn't seem aggressive, but it sure as hell wasn't scared of us either. It was just chilling, checking out the menu. My brain basically crashed. Error 404, bear response not found. Jess freezes. I freeze. I've got this tiny camp axe in my hand. I'd been using it to split some damp wood before we left. And that's literally it. No spray, no noise. Just me, Jess, and one bear. And instead of remembering any of the actual bear safety advice like stay calm or back away slowly, my brain decides to focus on one thing, not the stakes. So, like a certified idiot, I step forward and yell, "Hey, hey, get out of here." The bear doesn't care. It's still sniffing around the cooler, probably amused. I take 2 more steps. Jess is now whisper screaming behind me. "What are you doing?" I raise the axe like I'm about to make the dumbest decision of my life. And I do. I walk up and bonk the bear on the nose with the flat side of the hatchet. Not a swing. Not an attack. Just a very dumb, very firm tap. Like I was trying to reboot the bear with a software update. The bear jumps back maybe 3 feet. We lock eyes. For a second, I swear we both had the same thought. What the actual hell just happened? Then it huffs. That weird, snorty exhale that sounds half annoyed, half threatening. It turns around and ambles off into the trees like I just ruined its evening plans. No charge, no noise, just vibes disrupted. I stand there in stunned silence, axe still in hand, heart trying to beat its way out of my ribs. Jess looks at me like I've just proposed robbing a bank. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Fair question, very fair. We didn't see that bear again. I assume it told its friends about the weird hairless raccoon that smacked it in the face and decided not to come back. We cleaned the cooler. Just a few muddy paw prints. Thankfully nothing inside torn up. And yes, we cooked the steaks. I won't lie, every bit tasted like guilt and adrenaline. Later that evening, we found a ranger station down the road and reported the bear. I left out the I tapped it with an axe part because, you know, I like not being banned from federal land. The ranger didn't look surprised. "Yeah," he said, "they've been active lately. You're lucky it wasn't feeling bold. They usually don't want trouble." Which, you know, thanks for the reminder, man. Jess didn't let me live it down for the rest of the trip. Anytime I even look at the axe, she says, "You gonna pick a fight, Bear Slayer?" Any rustle in the woods, she'll say, "You better go apologize to his cousin." She drew a dumb little cartoon of a bear with a band-aid on its nose in the corner of our map and labeled it Wounded Pride Estimated Location. I earned it. A few weeks later, I told the story to some friends expecting full judgment, and got it. but they also lost it laughing. Now it's one of those stories people make me retell at parties, and honestly, I still think about that exact moment all the time. Me, holding that dumb axe like it meant something, stepping up to a 200-pound plus bear, and just giving it a polite little, no thanks, tap on the nose. The sheer luck of it, like I was one bad mood away from getting swatted across the forest floor. If that bear had skipped breakfast or been nursing a grudge, I wouldn't be typing this. I'd be a cautionary sign nailed to a tree. What kills me is how calm the bear was about the whole thing. I didn't scare it. I just confused it, like I'd messed up some invisible rules of the forest. This hairless bipedal creature, really, with a glorified butter knife. And then it just decided not to press charges, I guess, probably out of pity. And yeah, it lives rent-free in my head, not because I think I'm brave, far from it, but because it was the dumbest possible survival move that somehow, miraculously, didn't get me turned into forest fertilizer. So yeah, if you're ever camping in the Smokies, or honestly, anywhere with bears, do not do what I did. I've spent a lot of time hunting and fishing alone, from my teenage years into my mid-20s. I'm no stranger to periods of isolation in the Appalachian Mountains, running through central Pennsylvania, or the woods of northern New York. However, there are certain times I'm overcome with feelings of anxiety, or just a flat-out feeling of, I shouldn't be here. This has almost exclusively happened in areas densely populated by hardwood trees, cedar, pine trees, spruces, etc. It's happened when scouting, fishing, and at times hunting with a very big, loaded firearm. It's not the same feeling you get when walking back to your truck after dusk with just a bow, 'cause New York hasn't approved your pistol permit yet. I can only describe it as a primal feeling of where I'm going isn't a good idea and I need to leave. I have been stationed at a light infantry unit for the last 6 years as an 11 Bravo. If you're unfamiliar, light infantrymen, me, are allotted opportunities for courses and field trainings in areas such as cold weather survival, land navigation, fieldcraft, heavy cross-country backpacking, rucking, mountaineering, and other forms of wilderness survival, all things required to be effective in a field environment. This means a lot of time in the woods, and some of that time is alone. Never once have I had these intense sensations as previously described while training in a professional capacity. I'm not scared of the woods. I'm well aware of what can happen to a person if they are careless to their environment. I like to think I know what I'm doing, and I know what to do to keep myself in all right shape. I say all of this to say this. Last Monday, I was back out of a patch of pine trees all the way back to my truck. By a feeling of intense dread and anxiety, I genuinely felt in that moment as if I was not supposed to be there, and if I continued forward, it would have meant some sort of bad news. This is a spot I've hunted before. The first time I met that same patch of trees with unease when passing through, but this time was too intense. I'm a religious individual, and to me, it felt like an intense evil was keeping an eye on me as I walked through its front yard. When this happens, it is consistently patches of tall, hardwood trees that do this to me. I like to think of myself as not beaten by a particular species of trees native to the Northeast, but unfortunately, it has become a pattern of occurrence I can no longer ignore. Is there something wrong with me? Why is it the trees? Is it my mind warning me to things I just can't understand at that particular moment? Any sort of input is welcome. I'm going back out in a couple of hours to sit for turkey. If anything else happens, I suppose I'll update. A few years ago, I was hiking the southern portion of the Pacific Crest Trail in Washington State, USA. It was late June, so warm enough that water sources were valuable. I made camp toward the end of the day in a mildly used site. It was a few feet off the trail, but not deep into the woods. A babbling brook was about 50 feet away. As I was heating water on my tiny stove for dinner, an older, about 60-ish man walked down the trail. He saw me and hollered to ask if I had any water. I noticed that he was wearing regular clothes. Jeans, sneakers, and a casual white button-down shirt. No pack. All odd. I was far enough down the trail, maybe 10 miles from any road, that a day hiker would have been extremely rare at that point. I welcomed him into my camp and gave him water from a jug. He drank it, thanked me, then walked on. I thought it was odd, and it stuck in my mind. The following week, I came off the trail to a nearby town and learned of a massive manhunt for a guy in his 60s, wearing jeans, sneakers, and a casual white button-down shirt. He had abandoned his car near the PCT and was on the run from the feds for money laundering and other white-collar crimes. I never did learn if they found him. I often wonder how far he got with no gear, no food, and no water. A small part of me hopes he got away. This happened about 2 years ago in Montana. I think about it almost every day. I'm finally writing it out because the nightmares haven't stopped, and I feel like maybe putting it into words will help me sleep. We were camping in Glacier National Park. My wife and I had done tons of car camping and a few backpacking trips together before, but this was our first time in grizzly country. We were both pretty cautious by nature and did all the standard things: bear spray, bear canister stored away from the site, cooking far from the tent, no scented items inside of the tent, all that. It was late August, and the weather had been dry and clear. Warm days, cold nights. We had 2 nights booked at this primitive campground. I won't say the exact one, but if you've been to Glacier, you'd probably know it if I did. It was small, only about 8 sites, spaced out a decent bit, but still within shouting distance. The first night was uneventful. I remember sitting out by the fire with my wife, watching stars, feeling that surreal calm that only comes with being miles away from cell service and roads. No light pollution, no noise but wind in the trees, and the occasional distant howl or hoot. One of the other campers came over at one point to say hi, an older woman, probably in her 60s, solo camping. We made small talk. She said she was retired and traveling the country in her Subaru, camping at every national park she could hit. A really friendly lady. She was staying in the site one over from us, maybe 40 to 50 feet through the trees. I remember her saying how peaceful it was out there, how she hadn't seen a single bear the whole trip. That was the last thing she ever said to us. Around 3 a.m. the second night, I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when something just feels wrong before you're even conscious of it? That was what jolted me awake. My wife was still asleep, breathing softly beside me. Then I heard it, shouting. A man's voice, urgent, coming closer. "Get in your car, everyone, get in your car right now." I sat bolt upright. The voice was getting louder, closer, shouting the same thing on repeat. It wasn't panicked exactly, but forceful, trained. My heart started pounding. I unzipped the tent and peeked out. A flashlight beam swept past our site. A man in a ranger uniform was moving quickly from site to site, banging on cars, yelling, "Do not stay in your tents. Get in your vehicle. There's a bear in the area, a grizzly. Get in your vehicle." I didn't even stop to think. I grabbed my wife, shook her awake. She was groggy and confused, but sat up fast when she saw my face. "We need to go now." "Bear," I said, already pulling on my boots. She didn't ask questions. We didn't bother packing anything. We just ran, clutching our headlamps and keys. The walk from the tent to the car was maybe 50 feet, but it felt like miles. Every shadow looked like something moving. Every snap of a twig made my skin crawl. We got in, locked the doors. My hands were shaking so bad, I couldn't get the keys in the ignition. I saw other cars turning on, people inside, some with lights on, some still in the dark. The ranger was still moving through the camp. Then he stopped at the site next to ours, the woman's tent. Her car was there, but no movement, no lights. I saw the ranger stand still for a beat too long. Then he unholstered his sidearm. Something in my stomach dropped. I watched through our windshield as he called in on his radio, with a fast but low voice. Another ranger vehicle pulled up maybe a minute later, lights off, silent. A woman got out, also a ranger, and they both approached the tent. The rest is kind of a blur. I remember watching them unzip the tent slowly. I couldn't see much from where we were, but I heard something I'll never forget. The female ranger made a noise, not quite a scream, just this involuntary gasp, like all the air escaped her lungs. Then she turned away and bent over. I think she was throwing up. We found out the next day that the woman, the same one who chatted with us the night before, had been killed in her sleep. A grizzly had torn open her tent and dragged her out. The rangers told us later it was probably over in seconds. She didn't even have time to reach for the bear spray they found still clipped to her belt. They didn't find the bear until 2 days later, miles from the campsite. They tracked it by helicopter and ended up euthanizing it. The rest of that night was a mix of fear and adrenaline, and this deep, raw horror that I still don't have the words for. We sat in the car, headlights off, watching the silhouettes of the rangers move through the trees. One came over eventually, a young guy who looked like he hadn't slept in days. He confirmed that there had been a fatality and that they were treating the whole area as an active danger zone. They were evacuating everyone. We needed to follow the convoy out in 30 minutes. We didn't sleep. Nobody did. In the days after, the story made the news. You might have read about it. Solo camper killed in grizzly attack in Glacier. They never released her name publicly, thank God. But we recognized the details. They also didn't mention in most reports that there were other campers literally feet away, that we heard the bear before we realized what it was. Low, heavy breathing, footsteps, the sound of nylon tearing. That part stays with me. I want to be clear, we did everything right. She did everything right. This wasn't about food left out or someone doing something careless. It was just one of those horrific freak things that happen in the wild. Sometimes predators don't act like we expect them to. Sometimes the worst case scenario just happens. I don't blame the rangers. They were incredibly professional, and you could see how much it affected them. But I do think the park downplayed the danger in the weeks after. There were reports of bear activity in the area before that night. Scratched trees, a couple of false charges along trails. I wish they'd closed the campsite, but wishing doesn't do much. We haven't camped since. I think about her a lot. A stranger, someone we talked to for maybe 5 minutes over a fire. I wonder what her last thoughts were, if she even woke up. But I hope not. I hope it was fast. This happened back in 2009, but it still lives rent-free in my head. I've told a few friends in person over the years, but I've never written it down before. Back then, I was 22 and doing a long-distance hiking trip with 2 mates. Our plan was to take on a big chunk of the Pennine Way, just over 150 miles from the Peak District up into Northumberland. We weren't purists about it, weren't doing every single mile, but we were out there for 2 weeks, camping as much as possible to save money. The incident happened somewhere between the Yorkshire Dales and North Pennines. I won't give the exact grid reference because, frankly, I don't want anyone poking around and getting themselves into trouble. It was late August, that odd end of summer period where the sun hangs around late, but the shadows feel longer. We'd spent the day on a brutal section of trail, boggy terrain, sheep tracks pretending to be paths, and a stiff wind that somehow managed to hit us in the face, regardless of which direction we were walking. We pitched up near a small copse on the edge of moorland, one of those semi-sheltered areas that's just enough cover to count as wild camping without being completely exposed to the elements. There was a stream nearby, some higher ground behind us, and, critically, flat land for tents. We got our kits sorted and had a quick boil-in-the-bag meal. One of my mates, Ryan, realized he'd lost his jacket somewhere along the previous stretch. Lightweight windbreaker, nothing fancy, but it had his wallet and train pass in it, so he was keen to go back. He asked if I'd come with. Dan, our third guy, stayed behind to keep the fire going and prep some tea. So, off we went, retracing our steps as best as we could. We never found the jacket. After an hour of searching, Ryan gave up and turned back. I stuck around for a bit longer, half out of stubbornness, half enjoying the solitude. I've always liked that feeling you get on the trail. No signal, no traffic, just your boots and breath, and the world pressing in close. But it was getting dark, fast. And, in classic unprepared fashion, I didn't have a proper torch with me. This was back before smartphones had flashlight apps, so I was using the glow of my old HTC screen to light the way. It barely lit more than a few feet, but it was enough to follow the trampled grass path and not fall into a bog. I was about 15 minutes from camp when I saw them, 2 men, standing in a clearing just off the trail. They hadn't seen me yet, so I froze behind a thin cluster of trees. I don't know why I ducked down. Instinct, maybe. Something felt off. The 2 of them were standing over a hole, a proper one, deep, rectangular, fresh. You could see the wet soil piled up beside it. They had 2 spades and were maneuvering something large and metallic toward the edge. It made a clanging sound as it scraped against the edge of the hole. That's what first struck me, how loud and wrong the sound was, echoing in the quiet woods. Whatever they were burying wasn't a person. I'm fairly sure of that. The way they moved it, the noise it made, it was solid, industrial, like a machine or heavy container. They got into the hole and stood there for a few seconds. One of them said something I couldn't make out. It was low, deliberate, not a chat, not small talk, more like a declaration, a sentence with weight to it. The second guy nodded. Then they started filling in the hole. They weren't rushing, no panic, just focused, like they were doing something they'd done before. I stayed crouched, barely breathing, my phone screen dimmed. They didn't look like hikers. No rucksacks, no trail clothes. One was wearing jeans and a dark fleece, and the other in old work trousers and a hoodie. They both wore gloves. They didn't look up once. Eventually, they finished the job, smoothed the earth. One of them lit a cigarette and stood there for a moment, just staring at the ground. Then, as casually as you like, they picked up the shovels and walked off in the opposite direction, deeper into the woods. I didn't move until I was sure they were gone. Then I ran. I didn't even try to find the trail again. I just ran, crashing through the underbrush, half blind with adrenaline and that primal sense of you were never meant to see that. I must have looked insane when I burst back into camp. Ryan and Dan both jumped when I showed up. I told them what I'd seen, probably too fast and too jumbled to make proper sense. They laughed at first, said maybe it was someone burying an old fridge or scrap metal or some stolen gear, but I couldn't shake it. That clang when it hit the bottom, the silence afterward, the way they stood over it like they were giving it a funeral. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing twigs snap outside the tent. It could have been deer. It could have been nothing. It could have been then. We moved on the next morning, cutting the trip short by a day. Not because of what I saw officially. We told ourselves we were just tired. Weather was turning. But I think they could feel it too. The weirdness. A few days later, while resupplying in a village near Alston, I got chatting with an older guy behind the till at the general store. Friendly sort. When I mentioned we'd been camping near a particular wood just off the trail, his smile dipped slightly. He didn't say much, but he said this. Yeah, some places on the way have long memories. You'll hear stories. Best to keep moving through. That's all he said. Then he rang up my oatcakes like nothing happened. When I got home, I went down a bit of a rabbit hole. Started Googling around about dumping grounds, military leftovers, urban legends around the Pennine Way. Did you know there were old Cold War listening stations and radar outposts scattered near the trail? That they sometimes buried obsolete equipment rather than hauled it out? Some of it was probably harmless, but what if some of it wasn't? What if that thing they buried wasn't junk, or trash, or a robot for laughs? What if it was sealed for a reason? I've never gone back to that stretch of the Pennine Way. I still hike, still camp, but I keep it to the lakes, well-trodden areas. And I always bring a proper torch. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that metallic clang in my head, like something waking up under 6 feet of earth. This happened when I was 15, near Algonquin Park. My father and I were driving up to our cottage in the middle of winter. I was always so amazed at the beauty of Algonquin Park and Muskoka, and had grown up enjoying the beauty of it every summer. Our cottage was on a large lake, about a 30-minute drive from the nearest town. There were probably thousands of cottages on the lake. During the summer, the lake and the town's population tripled. It was cottage country, so people would spend all summer enjoying the lake and warm nights around campfires with family and friends. I spent every summer there growing up, and it still brings fond memories of sunshine and laughter, and the sound of motorboats on the lake. But the winters were different. The people that didn't live there all year would venture back home to the city life, leaving the area mostly deserted, with cottages boarded up for the winter. There were a few people that would still frequently come up every couple months for a few days or so, but for the most part, the lake was silent during the winters, and the town was just filled with locals. The beautiful pine trees are always covered with snow, making the forest quiet. Our cottage was on a dead-end road. There were about 20 other cottages on the road, with ours being somewhat in the middle. The cottages were quite spaced out, however, with our closest neighbors being too far away to see through the trees. My dad had needed to head up to the cottage to do some painting that my mom had been bugging him to do. It was at the end of February, and it was a long weekend, so I tagged along so he wouldn't be alone, and we could spend some quality time together. It was about a 5-hour drive from our home, but turned out to be an 8-hour drive due to the heavy snow. It had gotten dark out quite early, and it was around midnight as we drove through Algonquin Park. It was deadly quiet and pitch black, except for the headlights of the car. We finally passed through the park, with only about 30 minutes left to get to the cottage. It had stopped snowing, and we were both eager to get there. As we turned onto the familiar road, I remember my dad cursing. It hadn't been plowed yet. This wasn't surprising, however. It probably wouldn't be until later the next day that we would even see a snowplow. As we drove down the road, I noticed there was a fresh set of tire tracks. The Smiths must be up for the weekend, my dad had said. All of a sudden, as we drove around the bend, following the tire tracks, the headlights of a car shone on a white van that was parked on the side of the road. It was almost hidden by the vast trees that were covered with snow. "What the?" my dad mumbled. As we drove past the white van, I remember looking back through the back window and very clearly seeing two figures in the front seat, illuminated by our retreating taillights. I told my dad this, and he shrugged. "Maybe they're lost." I nodded, but couldn't help to think about how it was a dead-end road and why they would feel the need to park there. As we pulled into our driveway, we started bringing our stuff in. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I couldn't stop thinking about the van and why it was parked there, with two people just sitting in the dark in the middle of the night. It spooked me so much that I begged my dad to let me sleep upstairs with him, instead of sleeping downstairs in the room my sister and I usually shared. It had big windows with no blinds that looked out into the blackness of the forest, and my 15-year-old self was already scared of the dark, even without seeing the white van. It wasn't a big deal when my sister was there, but not tonight. As my dad got ready for bed, I sat in the living room reading a book. My dad had turned all the lights off, and I was just using a small lamp next to the couch to try and get through one last chapter before bed. It was so quiet, I could almost hear my ears ringing. I also started to get the feeling that I was being watched. The living room had large windows, also with no curtains, that overlooked the lake, and it was black, except for a light or two from the cottages across the lake. I shut off the lamp and got up. Now that the cottage was dark, the moon was shining brightly, illuminating the snow. It was beautiful, and I walked towards the window to get a better look. Movement caught my eye, and I remember my heart dropping as I saw two figures down by the back porch, below the window, barely hidden by the surrounding trees. I dropped to the floor and crawled towards the bedroom where my dad was sleeping, my heart in my throat. I wasn't sure if they'd seen me or not. I woke my dad up, and by the time he got to the window, the two figures were gone. Where I had seen the figures, two sets of footprints in the snow led back around to the front of the cottage and back down the driveway. I begged my dad not to go outside. He double-checked the locks and turned on the porch lights, hopefully to scare anyone off. My dad wasn't as freaked out as I was, but still set the alarm before he headed back to bed. I remember being very freaked out, and I lay there all night next to my dad, terrified I'd look out the window and see someone staring back at me. The next morning, my dad went outside and confirmed that there were two sets of footprints leading from the road to behind our cottage, and then back around to the front of the cottage and back up to the road. There were tire marks that showed the vehicle had turned around and then gone back up to the main road. My dad guessed that they were probably looking to break in and steal stuff, as it was in the middle of the winter, and not too many people were up at the lake. But they knew we were there. They would have seen our tracks leading to our cottage, and my dad's car parked out front. They also may have seen the lamp I turned on to read and or seeing it go off. My dad didn't have an answer to that. And after much back and forth, he called the non-emergency line and reported it. Apparently, there'd been some break-ins in the area, and some stuff had been stolen from the cottages that were boarded up for the winter. But again, and I still wonder to this day, why would they be interested in stealing from a house that clearly has people inside of it? This is something that I've thought about for over 20 years. When I was a teenager, I stumbled onto something that's haunted me ever since. This was the summer of 2001. I was 14, growing up in north central Oregon, a logging town that's not even on most maps. Most of the land behind our neighborhood was leased by a private company for logging, but no one really enforced the no trespassing rules unless you were poaching deer. That summer, a group of 4 of us were trying to follow a dry creek bed we hadn't explored before. It twisted through heavy second-growth forest and eventually opened into a small clearing we didn't recognize. Tucked into the far edge of that clearing was an old farm. From a distance, it looked like something out of an old western. 2-story farmhouse, rusted metal roof, a barn with half its roof caved in, and fencing that was mostly collapsed. It didn't look burnt or storm damaged, just like everyone had left a long time ago. We were curious, and more than a little dumb, so we checked it out. The front door was unlocked. Inside, it was like someone had left in the middle of the day and just never came back. The living room had furniture, a dusty TV set, a few kids' toys in a woven basket. Magazines from the summer of 1968 were still on the coffee table. A pair of reading glasses were sitting next to them, like someone had just taken them off. The dishes were in the sink, cans and boxed food in the pantry. Jars of preserves lined the shelves. Most had burst or leaked, but some were still intact. One bedroom had sheets on the bed and a suitcase on the floor that was half packed. The closets still had clothes. Everything was old, decaying and dusty, but it was all there. The weirdest part, it wasn't vandalized. No broken windows, no trash, no graffiti. It was like the place had just been sealed away. Outside, the barn was full of old tools, a rusting pickup truck and animal skeletons, goats, pigs, even what looked like a horse. They were all long dead, bones dry and picked clean. It looked like they just starved or been left behind. We didn't see anything like blood or bullet holes, but we all felt off, unsettled, like we shouldn't be there. After an hour, we left. The thing that really stuck with me was how sudden it felt. People don't leave mid-meal. They don't abandon full pantries and half-packed bags. Something happened. We just didn't know what. We tried to go back a few months later, but we couldn't find it again. I know how that sounds, but the logging roads out there change. Trails get overgrown, and none of us thought to bring a compass or GPS the first time. Years later, I was in college. I was bored and started Googling, trying to find old land records from the area. I came across a forum post from a local historian who mentioned a missing family from that same area in the late 60s, parents and 2 kids. No police report, no formal investigation, just gone. A neighbor reported them missing, but there wasn't enough evidence to treat it like a crime. The land was eventually marked as abandoned and sold off to the timber company. There was one comment under the post from someone claiming to be a relative of the family, saying the whole thing was buried quietly by the county, that no one wanted to talk about what might have happened. Then that comment was deleted a few days later. I've searched for more information, but there's barely anything. No news articles, no missing person flyers archived online. Just that one mention and what we saw that day. I don't know what happened out there. A murder-suicide, forced disappearance, something criminal hidden behind rural silence and red tape. Who knows? But what I do know is that entire family vanished, and that house, with everything left behind, felt like it was waiting for someone to come back. But no one ever did. I was backpacking with my dog, and about 12 miles from the road and trailhead, so pretty far from people, though popular enough that other hikers might be around. But we saw no one all day. At about 2 a.m., My dog started this really low, deep growl and wakes me up. I turn on my headlamp and see his teeth showing, and he's right on top of me. I hear heavy footsteps, a black bear or moose maybe, near the tent. I leash my dog so he doesn't tear through the tent, and the footsteps move further away, but keep circling my tent. All of my food and toiletries are hung in a tree in a bear bag. There's nothing in the tent to draw a bear's attention. I clap my hands. Something is still slowly circling. Not something a moose would do, and a bear might if he wanted food, but I've got nothing and a really big dog with me. I decided to step out of the tent with the leash in one hand and bear spray in the other, yelling, "Hey, bear!" The footsteps stop. The dog's nose is in the air, telling me to look right, but nothing in my headlamp that I can see. I didn't hear anything run off, but it's quiet. I give it 5 minutes or so, get back in the tent, and it starts up again, slowly circling maybe 50 feet from me. Maybe an hour later, I hear the footsteps wander off into the woods. At dawn, I take the dog and the bear spray and start looking for tracks. I find a clear path in the leaves that had been trampled, but no tracks. The dog's nose is on the ground, and I follow his lead, and he follows the loop around the campsite. We finally see a few human footprints. No shoe tracks, a regular size, not Bigfoot, bare human foot. Plus, human fecal matter and toilet paper. Some asshole was wandering around in the middle of nowhere, near the tent, and circling it for an hour or more, and decided to use the bathroom for me to find. This happened yesterday. My brother and I went for a hike to stave off cabin fever from self-isolating. We chose a pretty remote trail to lower the risk of coming into contact with other people. I was walking ahead of my brother, and the gravel on the track was making our footsteps sound really loud. Deep in thought, I was listening to the rhythm of his footsteps behind me. About 20 minutes in, I started hearing other footsteps, starting off faint and getting louder, until they were the same pitch as his, but they were much faster, like a running rhythm. They suddenly came to a halt, and I could hear the motion of someone stomping on gravel, that sudden, sharp, rocky sound, if you can imagine it. I assumed there must just be someone running or jogging on the track, and sure enough, I saw a shadow to the side of me appear, which looked like a person's head next to mine, as though they were right behind me. I stopped and turned around to let them pass, because the track was narrow. However, when I turned around, it was just my brother staring back at me. He was confused as to why I'd stopped, so I asked if he was running a second ago, and he said no. I asked if there'd been anyone behind him, and he said that he wasn't aware of anyone. I thought it strange, but just let it go and carried on. About 5 minutes later, we came around a corner, and there was this smell of just pure death, like a really strong off-meat smell. We figured it was a dead animal and kept going. We reached the hike lookout about 20 minutes later, chilled out for a bit, then headed back. We passed the death smell, and then around the exact same spot where it had happened before. I started hearing the running sounds again. I ignored it this time because it was starting to freak me out, and I just picked up the pace to get back to the car. I told my mom, and she joked that the smell of death must have been a dead jogger, and I was being haunted by them, to which I laughed at the time. But now I'm wondering, what if it was? Maybe I should have investigated the smell. It was a humid night in July when 3 buddies and I were camping in a small spot by a river. That night, alcohol and weed were flowing. It was around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. when we were all cracking jokes and having a good time sitting around the fire. when one of my friends went quiet and had a weird look on his face. So I asked him what's up, thinking that he's not feeling good or just needs to lay down. But he responded, saying that he feels like someone is watching us. So I told him that everything's going to be okay and just to relax, and if he wants, he can sleep in the truck. Well, later that night, we all went into our tents and I instantly passed out. But I was woken up by my friend who I was sharing the tent with. He was sitting up with his pocket knife out. I asked him what was going on, and he told me to just listen, which I did. And I heard leaves crunching and branches breaking, and listening for a bit longer, it sounded like someone with boots walking around. I got concerned because none of my friends were wearing any boots. After laying there for a while, the footsteps stopped right next to the tent, and we saw a figure standing there as we were trying to figure out what we should do. Our best idea was to jump out of the tent and ambush whoever this was. It sounded like a good idea at the time, so my buddy and I jumped out of the tent, and we were faced with a 6'5", 280-pound man with an unkempt beard and hair. After standing in front of the man for a second, my friend took off running towards the truck, and me trying to clumsily follow, I crashed into the tent where my other two friends were sleeping. As I was laying on the ground in fear, I saw that the man was holding a machete, so I yelled, "Get the gun." We didn't have a gun, it was just a bluff. Well, my bluff worked, and the man dropped his machete and took off into the woods. We didn't hesitate and instantly packed up and went to the truck. After going back to the house to calm down and get a bit more sleep, the next morning we all went back to the spot, fully armed for anything. Once we got to the spot, we found the machete, and after following the tracks for a bit, we also found a small axe. We all agreed to never go back to that spot or talk about what happened again. Back when I was 14 years old, my family had moved from our home in England to the Republic of Ireland, where we lived for a further 6 years. We had first moved to the northwest of the country, but after a year of living there, we then relocated to the Irish Midlands, as my dad had gotten a new job working in Dublin. My parents had bought a cottage on the outskirts of a very small village that was a stopping point from one of the larger towns to the next. This village was so small and remote, there was basically nothing to do. But not long after moving here and taking to exploring the surrounding area with my border collie, Maisie, I eventually found a large stretch of bogland containing a man-made forest. Every weekend or half-term away from school, I took to walking this area with my dog, in which I would follow along a railway line used for transporting peat. However, after months of trekking this very same bogland, I eventually stopped going there. I can't quite recall the reason why, but maybe it was because I always felt as though I was trespassing, which I wasn't, or because the bogland was so bumpy and uneven, I always came home with horrific blisters. Although I stopped going to this bogland to walk my dog, outside of one of the nearby towns where I went to school, there was a public forest. Because this forest was a 20-minute drive away, my dad would take me and Maisie there, drop us off, and then pick us up again 2 or 3 hours later. What I loved about these woods was that it was always quiet, only with the occasional family, dog walker, or jogger passing us by. On one particular evening, I'd gone back to these woods with Maisie, where my dad would later pick us up after running some errands. Making our way along the trail, the evening had already started to dim. Wanting to make my way back to the car park before it got too dark, I decided to take a shortcut through the forest via one of the many narrow side trails. Following down one of these side trails, Maisie and I stumbled upon a small teepee-shaped hut made from logs. Loving a good game of hide-and-seek, I would sometimes hide inside this teepee when Maisie wasn't looking, where she would spend the next couple of minutes circling round the hut trying to find me. not realizing she could just go inside. Whether I played this game with Maisie that day, I'm not sure, but following down this exact same side trail, I turned to look behind me. Staring down the entryway, I then see a man walking 20 meters behind, having just taken this side trail. For some unknown reason, I had a strange instant feeling about this man, even though I'd only just noticed him. I can't remember or even describe the way this man was walking, but by the way he did so felt suspicious to me. Listening to my instincts, or perhaps just my paranoia, I quickly latch my lead back onto Maisie and hurriedly make my way down the trail. A few minutes later, although I'd reached back onto the main trail, the evening had already turned much darker. Again, turning to see if the man was behind me, I could still see him around the curve, only 10 meters away from me now. I did try to tell myself I was just being paranoid, and this man was most likely not following me. But my gut instinct still told me something was off. Thinking ahead, I pulled out my phone to call my dad, as to make sure he was already in the car park waiting for me. But there was no answer. Because there was no answer, I just assumed he was probably still driving, and because he was still driving, I just hoped my dad was nearly on his way. By the time I make it back to the car park, it was basically pitch black by now, and there was just one single car in the parking area. But it wasn't my dad's. Sitting down by a picnic bench to wait for him to come and get us, all I could do was hope he would be coming soon, and that this strange man from the woods was not following me after all. Only a minute or two later, I could hear the footsteps of this very same man approaching through the darkness. Anxiously anticipating him pass by, I tried to distract myself on my phone, or at least make myself seem less approachable. Thankfully enough, the man just walks completely by me. Entering the car park, the man then gets in his vehicle, the only car in the car park, but he doesn't drive away. He just stays there, sat inside his car with both the engine and headlights turned on. 20 minutes must have gone by, but my dad still wasn't here, and yet this very same stranger was. Trying to call and text my dad to say I was waiting for him, I was met with no answer. While I continued waiting, I tried to rationalize why this man hadn't decided to drive off. Whatever reasons I came up with, they were not very convincing for me, and for those whole 20 minutes, or however many more minutes, I sat outside those woods in complete darkness, hearing nothing but the hum of this stranger's engine among the silent night air. What made this situation even more anxiety-inducing was that my dog Maisie had been endlessly whining by my feet, scraping dirt away beneath the bench to make a surprisingly deep hole. Maisie was in general a very nervous dog and basically whined at everything, but perhaps she too felt as though something about this situation wasn't right. Thankfully, after what felt like far longer than 20 or so minutes, the strange man, already with his engine and headlights on, reverses from his parking spot, exits out of the car park and onto the main road, leaving Maisie and I in peace. Although we were now alone, basically stranded outside of a dark forest, I couldn't help but feel a huge sigh of relief come over me. My dad did eventually come and get us, 10 minutes after the man had finally decided to drive off. Do you know what my dad's excuse was as to why he was so late? He forgot he had to come pick us up. I don't know if the man really was following me through the forest, and I definitely don't know why he just sat in his car for 20 minutes. But if I had to learn anything from that experience, it would be the following. 1. My dad can sometimes be a careless douche. And 2. Never hike through the forest alone, late in the evening. So this happened when I was about 17 during summer break. My friend and I went to visit another friend who was staying in this tiny remote village in Belarus for the summer. The house was his grandparents', and the whole place felt really isolated. Honestly, it was actually a lot of fun at first. We went swimming at a nearby lake every day, and at night, we'd stay up late just sitting by the water, listening to the kind of deafening silence you only get in the countryside, and talking for hours. During the day, we'd go mushroom picking, explore the area, take pictures, and just make some really good memories together. We stayed for a few weeks, but then one of my friends had to leave early because of some family stuff. The only way out was a bus that came twice a week, and she missed it. So she came back to our friend's place and asked if we could walk her to a nearby highway to try to hitch a ride. The main road was about 7 miles away, so we started walking. When we got there, it was midweek, and no cars passed at all. Most people were still at work in the city. As it got later, we decided to just walk back. On the way back, we passed through a few neighboring villages that were half abandoned. Honestly, it was pretty creepy, but we kept ourselves entertained by singing and joking around to keep the fear at bay. It was getting dark, and we still had about 4 miles left. Then we ended up on this road with dense forest on both sides. Suddenly, we started hearing noises coming from the trees. It was pitch dark and really unsettling. We tried to joke about it, but deep down, we all felt something was off. Then my friend pointed, and we saw 2 huge yellow eyes staring at us from the trees. We just kept walking in silence for a bit, until one of us nervously said, "Must be some wild fireflies messing with us." We laughed, but we all knew those definitely weren't fireflies. This was before cell phones, so there was no way to call anyone. We just had to keep moving and get back safely. As we got closer to the village, 2 of us heard a female voice coming from the forest. We looked at each other, both realizing we heard it, while the third friend was talking and didn't notice. I got goosebumps. It sounded so real, and the fact that I wasn't the only one who heard it made it even creepier. We didn't say anything until we got back to the house. Here's where it gets even weirder. In Slavic folklore, there's not just the Leshy, the forest spirit who protects the woods and sometimes plays tricks on people, but also the Rusalka. Rusalki are these mythological female spirits often connected to lakes and rivers. They're usually described as beautiful women with long hair, sometimes said to lure people, especially at night, with their singing or voices. We'd been hanging out at the lake so many nights, and then to hear a mysterious female voice coming from the trees later on, it definitely made us wonder if we'd gotten a little too close to something supernatural. We still joke about those unhinged fireflies, but deep down, we all know we saw and heard something we can't explain. Between the abandoned houses, the glowing eyes in the forest, and that eerie female voice, it was honestly one of the scariest and strangest experiences of my life. And yeah, I still think about those nights at the lake and wonder what might have been watching or listening to us from the darkness. The summer after college, I went camping with 2 close friends, Jamie and Lex. None of us were exactly seasoned outdoorsmen. We weren't trying to go off-grid or test our survival skills or anything like that. We just wanted to unplug for a weekend, breathe some air that didn't come out of a vent, and maybe drink a little too much without worrying about alarms or inboxes. We picked this busy little campground near Lake Siltkus, tucked up in Oregon's Cascade Range. It wasn't remote, more of a half-step into the wild kind of place. There were fire pits, gravel paths, and water spigots. Even the outhouses didn't smell too terrible. The kind of spot where you're more likely to run into someone with a Subaru full of trail mix than a bear. We got there late Friday afternoon, just as the shadows were starting to stretch across the pine needles. Jamie had borrowed a beat-up 4-person tent from his sister, Some old REI model that smelled faintly of mildew and citronella. We popped it up quick, staked out the corners, and cracked open a couple warm beers from the cooler. The forest was alive with the sound of cicadas and the occasional breeze pushing through the trees like a slow exhale. The smell, pine sap, smoke from someone else's fire already going, was the kind of thing you forget you miss until it hits you. The plan was simple. Grill some food, shoot the shit, maybe go swimming in the lake the next day if it didn't look too gross. Mostly, we just wanted to escape the monotony of our lives for a bit. Our site had a decent little buffer of trees, but not total privacy. Just across the clearing, maybe 40 or 50 feet away, there was another camp already set up. It wasn't like the others. No neatly packed gear, no minivan, no folding chairs. The guy's setup was a mess of faded tarps, scavenged crates, a bent-looking camping stove, and a canvas tent that had definitely seen better days. You could tell right away. This wasn't a weekend escape for him. This guy was living out here. We saw him shuffling around a bit, keeping to himself. He was wearing these heavy canvas pants, a flannel shirt despite the heat, and boots that looked permanently caked in old mud. He had a folding knife on his belt that he wore like a part of his body, not like an accessory, but like a limb. No hat, no sunglasses, just a thick beard, sunken eyes, and the look of someone who'd long since stopped caring how people saw him. He came over that evening, uninvited, but not exactly unwelcome. We had a fire going, and were halfway through cooking bratwursts over the grate. The sun had dipped below the tree line. "Name's Elias," he said. His voice was low and gravelly, like a dry engine that hadn't turned over in a while. Been staying out here off and on for a couple of months. He didn't offer more, and we didn't ask. Jamie handed him a beer, and he settled cross-legged just outside the fire ring. I remember noticing how he stayed at the edge of the light, not quite joining us, but not hidden either. He told us stories. At first, they were normal enough. Talked about wildlife, said he'd seen a black bear rummaging through trash cans down near the boat launch, warned us about wild boars rooting through people's food at night. Then he mentioned a cougar that had crept up on his tent one morning. Said he woke up because he could feel it breathing near the canvas wall. That got us to shut up and listen. We knew there were cougars in the Cascades. It wasn't totally implausible, but something about the way he told the story. It didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like a memory he was replaying to himself out loud. Then, things got, weird. "I've seen other things, too," he said, as his voice got even quieter. "Up in the sky, not planes. These ships, triangular, silent. They don't move like anything we built. They hover, they watch." He paused and made a triangle shape with his hands. "Dorito-shaped," he added, smirking. "Orange lights at the corners. They come out just after midnight. Not every night, just sometimes. You can hear them if you listen hard enough. They hum real high, like a mosquito in your skull." Lex gave a half laugh, the kind that's trying to say, "That's crazy," without sounding rude. I could tell he was unsettled, though. He'd stopped eating. Jamie just sipped his beer and looked at the fire. Elias didn't seem to care whether we believed him. He kept glancing up through the trees like he was expecting one of those triangle ships to show up at any second. After a while, he stood up, brushed dirt from his pants, and without another word, walked back into the trees towards his camp. We sat there for a minute, watching the place he'd vanished into. "That guy is definitely living out here," Jamie finally said, "and definitely on something." "Yeah," Lex muttered. "That triangle shit. What was that about?" None of us said the other part, that there was something about Elias that felt wrong. Not overtly threatening, just a bit off. Like a guitar string that won't stay tuned. We stayed up late anyway, maybe to prove to ourselves that we weren't rattled. Passed around a bottle of whiskey, told ghost stories that now felt a little too real, laughed too loud at dumb stuff. There were other campers still awake, a few voices drifting from down the loop, some distant music. It helped cut the unease. When we finally crashed, it was close to 2 a.m., the fire low and the tent smelling like smoke, sweat, and half-eaten chips. The next morning, I woke up with a dry mouth and a full bladder. The tent was already warm, sunlight filtering through the nylon in soft gold streaks. The woods outside were alive with birdsong, and everything smelled like sap and ash. I unzipped the tent, stepping out barefoot, and froze. About 20 feet away, tied to one of the tall pines just off the path, was a rope. A thick, sun-bleached rope, frayed at the edges with a loop at the end. A noose. I backed up so fast I almost tripped over the cooler. My stomach did this slow, horrible roll, like I was about to throw up even though I hadn't eaten yet. "Lex," I croaked. "Dude, get out here now." He stumbled out, bleary-eyed. Jamie followed a second later, still half asleep. When they saw it, they both just stopped. No one said anything for a long minute. What the hell?" Jamie said, his voice low. Lex walked over, cautiously, and looked at it without touching it. "It's not new," he said. "This rope's been used, but I swear to God, this wasn't here last night." I nodded. "No way we missed that." "Do you think?" I started, but couldn't finish the thought. "Elias," Jamie said. "It has to be him." We ran over to his site, half expecting him to be sitting there with that same dry smile. But it was empty. His tent was gone, so were the tarps, the crates, the fire ring. Nothing but flattened grass and a few strands of twine near a root. He'd vanished, clean. It was like he'd never been there. We didn't talk much after that. Just started packing up like there was a fire on our heels. No breakfast, no lake, no joking around. We were in the car and driving back to Portland within the hour. Our eyes fixed out the windows, each of us pretending not to think about the way that rope had swung gently in the breeze. 5 years passed. We never went camping together again. Lex moved to the coast. Jamie got married and had a kid. I floated around Portland doing odd jobs, working at bars, painting houses. Life kind of moved on. The memory of that trip stayed folded away like a photo that you don't look at but can't throw out. Then, one afternoon, I got a call from Lex's brother. Lex had gone missing. His car was found parked at a trailhead near Mount Hood. He hadn't told anyone where he was going. 2 days later, they found him. He'd hung himself from a tree in the woods. The grief came in fast and sharp, but underneath it, there was something else. Something colder. I called Jamie. We hadn't spoken in over a year. He answered on the first ring. "Do you think it's connected?" he asked, already knowing what I was thinking. "I don't know," I said. "I don't think we'll ever know." And we won't. I don't believe Elias hunted Lex down or played some long game. That's not it. What I do wonder, what I can't shake, is if something in Lex got broken that weekend, if some shadow stuck to him, if the image of that rope in the morning light found a corner in his mind and waited there, patient and quiet, until one hot summer day, he followed it. We'd been camping at Deep Pine Lake for a couple of days already when the couple showed up. Our site was one of the better ones, tucked up a slight ridge, shaded by tall pines, with a decent view of the lake and enough room for 3 tents, a fire pit, and our beer cooler. Just Aaron, Mike, and myself. 3 days of fishing, drinking, and arguing about who forgot the camp stove. It was Mike for the record. The site next to ours had been empty since we arrived. Late in the afternoon, on day 3, a dusty old Jeep rattled up and parked awkwardly near the clearing. The doors opened, and out stepped 2 people, maybe mid-30s, very tan, very wiry, like circus folk who traded in clown shoes for Carhartts. They didn't say much at first, just nodded and started unloading. No tent, just a large canvas tarp and some weathered duffel bags. One of them, ponytail guy, pulled out a thick, coiled lasso. The woman, who had a noticeable limp and bandana around her neck, like she was auditioning for Tombstone, carried a crate that clanked when she dropped it. We weren't trying to stare, but we did that thing where you pretend to talk while side-eyeing the situation, like you're watching a slow-motion car crash. Then it got acrobatic, for lack of a better description. They spent the next 2 hours doing what I could only describe as competitive lasso trick practice and casual hatchet juggling. Ponytail guy was whipping the rope around himself, lassoing rocks, spinning it in wide loops over his head, sometimes catching small tree branches in mid-air. The woman, she was tossing him 2 small hatchets, like camping-sized tomahawks, up into the air, flipping them, catching them, sometimes behind her back. Every time she caught one, she let out this tiny whoop that echoed across the lake like a bird calling for a duel. It was mesmerizing and frankly kind of badass. Also, incredibly dangerous. Is this some kind of weird couples therapy? Mike whispered. No, Aaron said, cracking a beer. This is performance art, and I'm here for it. Then it went south. One moment the woman was juggling, and the next, a loud yelp cut the air. We all stood at once. She dropped to her knees, clutching her hand. One of the hatchets had landed wrong, or maybe her timing slipped, and the blade had sliced deep into the meat between her thumb and palm. Blood was already dripping to the ground. Ponytail guy ran to her, dropping the rope and grabbing a towel from their bag. They wrapped her hand quickly, speaking low and fast. We didn't approach. It didn't feel like the moment. A couple of minutes later, the guy jogged over to our site. Hey, he said, panting. She cut herself. It's bad. I'm taking her to the hospital in town. Could you guys watch our stuff? He asked. We blinked. Yeah, I said, of course. Appreciate it. We'll be back tonight. Shouldn't be too long. Then he turned, helped her into the Jeep, and drove off, tires kicking up a cloud of dust, disappearing around the bend. At first, it was kind of surreal. We stood there, watching the blood on the pine needles dry in the sun. Mike finally broke the silence. So, hatchet juggling. Aaron nodded. They made it look easy, but also, emergency room. We waited around a while, had some dinner, a couple of beers, shot the breeze. Then Mike looked over at their camp, at the lasso curled on a stump. I mean, are we not going to try it? He asked. Try what? I questioned. He grinned. Roping stuff. So yes, full conversation. We got drunk and tried to teach ourselves lasso tricks. It went exactly how you think. Aaron got the rope caught in a tree on his first throw. Mike managed to rope a lawn chair, then tripped and fell face first into the fire pit. No flames, thankfully, just dirt. I spent 20 minutes trying to lasso a beer can, and ended up pulling it toward me like a lazy cowboy fishing for a cold one. Then Mike took it a step further and tried to juggle 3 pine cones, shouting, "It's basically hatchets, but safer." It was not safer. He threw one into Aaron's face. By midnight, we were bruised, covered in dirt, and laughing so hard our ribs hurt. Still no sign of the couple. We sobered up quick at around 1 a.m. when a random owl spooked us so bad. Mike dropped the lasso into the fire pit. Thankfully it wasn't lit at the time, but still, the mood shifted. "Weird they're not back," I said. "Yeah," Aaron chimed in. "Maybe she needed surgery." We agreed it wasn't our problem, but it kind of felt like it was now. By morning, their site still sat empty. The lasso was where we'd left it, the hatchets neatly arranged on a log, untouched. No car, no footprints, nothing but a little dried blood and the echo of sharp steel. We hiked to the ranger station a couple miles down the ridge. We told them the story, the couple, the lasso tricks, the injury, the emergency hospital run, the fact that they never came back. The ranger, an older guy, khaki shirt, sunglasses tan, listened patiently, wrote it all down. "You get a name?" "No," I admitted. I didn't think to ask. "Plate number?" Aaron frowned. We didn't look. The ranger sighed. "We'll check it out. Could be they left overnight, went home, forgot to grab their stuff. Happens more than you'd think." We left the next day. They still hadn't returned. Their gear sat in silence, the hatchets untouched. About a week later, I called the ranger station out of curiosity. A guy answered, but he pulled the report. "No follow-up," he said. "Gear's still there. We logged it as abandoned and locked it up in the shed. No one came back to claim it." He told me. "No missing persons report?" I asked. "None in this county. Why?" "No reason," I replied. I hung up and stared at my phone for a while, because for all the absurdity of it, the hatchet juggling, the rope tricks, the accidental bloodletting, the part that stuck with me the most was the guy's face when he asked us to watch their stuff. He didn't look worried. He looked like he was handing us something. There's a reason I usually go solo on my hunting trips. I like the quiet. I like waking up before dawn with the whole world still asleep. The smell of pine and coffee hanging in the air. The only sound being wind through trees or the click of my shotgun safety. It's peace, the kind you can't get near people. So a couple autumns back, I headed out for a solo quail hunting trip. A long weekend deep in national forest land. I'd been to this area before. 2 hours of dirt roads and no cell service. Perfect. I set up camp on a slight rise, overlooking a brushy valley that looked ideal for birds. No signs of anyone else. Just me, the breeze, and the rustle of leaves. I was just getting my gear sorted when I noticed 2 guys walking up the hill toward me. At first I thought they were rangers, maybe locals. But no, these guys were in rough shape. Dirty doesn't even start to cover it. Their clothes were caked with mud, dried blood, and something that looked like motor oil. One wore a camo jacket with one sleeve ripped off. The other had no shirt at all, just a pair of suspenders hanging loose off his jeans. Both were barefoot. That detail still sticks with me. Barefoot, in late October, on sharp rocks and pine needles. They weren't just dirty, they were off, like they'd crawled out from under a truck and downed a bottle of vodka on the way here. The shirtless guy pointed at my gear, eyes locking on my shotgun case. "You got bullets for that gun?" he asked. I straightened. not in a threatening way, but enough to make it clear I was aware of the question. "Yeah," I said evenly. "Enough." He smiled. All teeth, no warmth. "Right on," he said, then wandered closer, peering at my cooler and gear like he was shopping. The other guy didn't say anything, but he stood to the side, kind of swaying, staring at me without blinking. That's when I noticed the guy had a massive burn down his right arm, from just below the shoulder to the wrist. His skin was blackened in places, red and blistered in others, with some parts peeling off like charred meat. It was barely wrapped in a dirty rag that looked like an old dish towel, stained deep brown from who knows what. I caught a whiff of something rotting when the wind shifted. It was coming from him. The way he stood there, quiet, eyes hollow, it creeped me out more than the burn. After a few minutes of awkward conversation, most of it them talking nonsense about how they were living wild, off-grid, and the government can't find us here, they turned and wandered back into the woods. No goodbye, no wave, just gone. I stood there for a while, shotgun now unzipped and resting beside me, heart beating like a war drum. That night, I didn't build a big fire. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Just warmed a can of beans over a jet boil and crawled into my sleeping bag early, keeping my shotgun right next to me. Around 10:30 p.m., I heard them. Laughter, drunk and wild, not the good kind. It was coming a little ways down the ridge, maybe 150 yards away. Then, loud banging, metal clanging, and then pops, kinda like fireworks or firecrackers. Not gunfire exactly, but loud enough to make me flinch. I peeked over the edge of my ridge and saw their camp, half hidden in the trees. Huge fire. I mean bonfire practically. Sparks going 20 feet up, and there they were, dancing around it, shirtless, barefoot, howling like animals. And one of them, I think the burn guy, was throwing 22 rounds into the fire. I watched one spark spin and pop, zipping off sideways into the brush. Then they ran, literally ran circles around the fire, ducking and laughing like kids playing war. One tripped, fell, screamed, and then started laughing even harder. It was chaos, drunken, dumb chaos. I backed away quietly, not wanting any part of it. I sat up the rest of the night, shotgun loaded, ears turned to every crack of a branch. Eventually, it went quiet. At some point, probably around 4 a.m., I must have dozed off, but not deeply. The next morning, the woods were silent, too silent. I figured I'd pack up, head back toward the truck. My weekend had officially gone sideways, but I hadn't even zipped up my pack when I heard voices. Different ones this time. Clear, authority voices. I followed the sound to the trail and saw a couple of sheriff's deputies hauling the two guys out of the trees in handcuffs. Both looked like they'd rolled down a hill. Mud-caked, bloodied, eyes bleary. One of the deputies, an older guy with a horseshoe mustache, saw me and waved me over. "You the one camped up the ridge?" he asked. I nodded. "Yeah." He gave me a tired look. "You talked to these two?" He continued. "Briefly, last night, they walked into my camp. Seemed off." He shook his head and said, "You're lucky they didn't decide to make you a problem." Apparently, the guy with the burnt arm had attacked someone 2 towns over just a few days before. Came at the man with a roofing axe during a dispute behind a gas station. The victim managed to fight back, lit him up with a lighter and a can of bug spray. That's where the burn came from. They fled into the woods to hide out. These guys weren't campers. They were fugitives. What were they planning out here? I asked. The deputy shrugged. Who knows? Sometimes these guys go off grid because they're scared. Other times, it's just where they feel most dangerous. He paused. Count yourself lucky they were too drunk to try anything worse. They found the axe later that day, buried near a tree not far from their fire pit. It still had dried blood on the handle. The guys were loaded into a cruiser. As they passed, the burned man looked at me again. He didn't say a word, but he smiled, just a little. And for some reason, that was worse than anything else. I left within the hour, didn't look back. I didn't hunt. I drove until I hit a gas station with cell signal, then sat in the parking lot for a while, trying to process what had just happened. I still camp, still hunt solo sometimes, but I've never felt the same out there since. That whole weekend changed something, because you go into the woods to get away from people. But I never could have expected what happened that day. I've told this story a handful of times, but it never feels like it fully captures how messed up that weekend was. Maybe it's because it sounds like one of those typical creepy camping tales. Except this one really happened, and the place where it happened, it still gives me the chills. This all went down in late July 2018, a few months after Becca and I started dating. She's a photographer, always chasing the perfect light, and I work at a bike shop in downtown Portland. We both needed to get away from the city, away from all the noise and bullshit, so we booked a trip out to a Forest Service campground near a reservoir in the Oregon Coast Range. We wanted easy access to hiking and water without going full wilderness survival. We picked Site 39, the last one in the loop, tucked back into a stand of tall pine trees that shaded the whole area. Behind the site, the ground sloped sharply down to the reservoir's edge, where people fished and kayaked during the day. A little clearing separated us from the neighboring campsites, but not enough to feel isolated. What we didn't know until after the trip was that the campground had been closed for months the summer before because of a series of unsolved assaults, mostly on women, mostly at night, mostly when nobody else was around. The rangers never gave many details, just vague warnings to be careful, to call immediately if anything felt wrong. Some locals whispered that the attacks were brutal, that the perp or perps had never been caught. It was a quiet rumor, mostly ignored on tourist forums. We only learned about it when we told a ranger about what happened to us. Friday afternoon, Becca and I rolled in at around 3 p.m., unloaded the gear, and set up the tent, a cheap 4-person dome that barely fit both of us and all of our stuff. The sun was warm. The air smelled like damp earth and pine resin. Other campers were scattered around the loop. We saw a family nearby with 2 little kids, a group of college kids laughing over beers, and a guy 2 campsites down from us. That last one was the only person who caught my eye. He was maybe in his late 40s or early 50s, with a rough beard and clothes that looked like they'd seen better decades. Heavy boots covered in dried mud. A sun-bleached baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't look like someone who'd come here for a weekend escape, or like someone who'd been living there. He was mostly quiet, but one time as we cooked dinner, he came over and introduced himself as Mark. "I've been hanging around here for months," he said, with the kind of voice that makes you lean in to listen. "Not always at the campground, but nearby," he continued. He seemed to want to chat. Becca and I made polite conversation, but something about him set my nerves on edge. The first night we were there, It was quiet. We cooked burgers, drank a couple of beers, and went to bed at around 11. I remembered how pitch black it was outside the tent, and the forest was alive with cricket songs and the occasional hoot from an owl. At around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly. There was a sharp chemical smell, gasoline mixed with something burned. I unzipped the tent window to get fresh air and noticed a cigarette butt, but still warm, lying on the ground right outside the entrance. Neither Becca nor I smoked, and there was no path near our site where a stranger could have accidentally wandered. I flicked the cigarette into the fire pit, zipped up the tent, and I laid awake for the rest of the night, trying not to panic. The next day, we tried to pretend everything was fine. We hiked, swam in the reservoir, and laughed over lunch. But that night, it happened again. At around 2:30 a.m., I was jolted awake by a faint crunching noise. Someone stepping carefully on pine needles. Becca stirred, but didn't wake fully. I grabbed my phone and quietly unzipped the tent. Peering outside, my eyes adjusted slowly. There was nothing at first, just shadows and trees. Then I saw it. On the picnic table, a plastic spoon, melted and warped, smeared with something dark, sticky, and unidentifiable. I don't know why I crouched and touched it, but it was cold and slimy. I took it inside and tossed it into our trash bag. When I told Becca, her face went pale. She said she'd heard whispering outside the tent during the night. Soft, indecipherable voices, but thought it was just me mumbling. That's when I called the ranger station and asked more about the campground's history. The woman on the phone sounded tight-lipped, but confirmed the campground had been shut down for months the previous summer due to a string of assaults, mostly on women attacked while camping alone or in small groups. None of these cases had been solved. The ranger warned me that some people living around the forest weren't stable. There's a few drifters and squatters, she said carefully. Be careful who you talk to. We kept an eye on Mark. He never came close to our site again after that first night. Sometimes we saw him sitting by his fire, staring silently into the flames. I couldn't shake the feeling he knew more than he was saying. Our last night was the worst. We decided to stay up in shifts with a flashlight, but around 3:09, I woke to the sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, right outside the tent. I froze. The tent fabric suddenly bowed inward, like someone was pressing against it. I didn't want to move or make a sound. Then the breathing stopped, and I heard footsteps, running, crashing through the brush downhill towards the reservoir. Becca woke and whispered, "What was that?" I shook my head. We sat in silence until dawn. When the sun rose, something was on the picnic table again, a neat spiral made of small rocks, topped with a folded strip of duct tape shaped like a triangle. Nothing like that had been there before. I packed everything up in under 20 minutes. We didn't eat breakfast, didn't swim, didn't even say goodbye. Driving out of that campground loop, I looked back once. The ranger who checked us out didn't look surprised when I mentioned the cigarette, the spoon, the rock spiral. Site 39, she said quietly. We've had problems there before, last summer especially. I don't know if Mark was the guy who left those things outside of our tent, or if that was related to the assaults, but it felt like we were being toyed with. Maybe whoever it was responsible for those horrible assaults. Back in 2008, I was a student planning to go to university and needed some extracurricular stuff I could put on my entry applications. As most UK students know, one of the best to have on there is the Duke of Edinburgh Award. As part of this award, you have to embark on an orienteering expedition, basically a long trek through woodland and rural villages, following nothing but a map and compass. No GPS allowed. It's a teamwork experience, and you camp and overcome hurdles together and whatever else. Anyway, I was out of shape at the time, and so my uncle volunteered to take me out to the middle of nowhere to get some idea of what orienteering was like. We didn't stay out overnight like I would have done during the real thing, but we hiked maybe 10 miles through woods and a small village in pretty abysmal weather. By the end of the journey, we were soaked to the bone and pretty miserable, looking forward to getting back to the car and heading home. For the last part of the journey, we were on a dirt trail heading uphill with bushes and trees either side. We were marching onward in silence at this point, when all of a sudden there was a rustling in the foliage to our left. From behind a large bush stepped an old man in a black suit with a red bow tie and dress shoes. He looked late 70s or early 80s, very pale, liver spots dotting his face, and a gray/white comb-over. I was instantly weirded out. Who dresses like that to go into the woods? The instant thought, seeing a guy his age out there in those clothes, in those weather conditions, was, this guy has lost his marbles. There was something else that took me an extra moment to notice, though, that puzzled me. The guy was bone dry, didn't even have mud on his shoes. We stopped in our tracks and just stared at the man for a moment, who appeared to be as frozen and shocked at seeing us. My uncle made the first move, making a step towards him, asking him if he was all right. The old man continued to stare for a moment, not moving even a twitch, then became suddenly very animated. It was like he suddenly snapped out of a trance. He started flailing his arms wildly, saying something awful had happened, that a good friend of his needed help. He began walking backward into the woods, motioning for us to follow him, which we did. We started off at a brisk walk, then escalated to running as we struggled to keep up with the old man. After maybe a minute, he disappeared ahead of us, but we could hear him, so we continued to follow the noise until we reached a huge slope. We stopped at the edge and looked down to see the old man standing at the bottom, motioning to us, pleading with us to follow him. I remember looking down, and the slope was probably at a 40-degree angle, spanning for perhaps 50 feet or more and slick with mud. It looked like an accident waiting to happen, especially given there were no shrubs or roots to hold onto or anything. I remember looking down at the old man on the other side of the slope and wondering, how the hell did he cross that so quickly and so cleanly? I mean, at that distance, it's hard to see fine detail clearly, but I swear he still did not appear to be wet or muddy at all. My uncle and I looked at each other, and I saw that he was getting as weirded out as I was. Despite my feelings, I made a step toward the edge, and was going to try and make my way down, when my uncle grabbed me firmly by the arm and pulled me back. Under his breath, he said to me, "Something's wrong here." We took a few steps back from the edge at this point, and the old man at the bottom started getting irate. He began pleading with us to come down the slope, telling us he needed our help, that his friend was in trouble. My uncle shouted down to the old man that we would head back to our car and call emergency services for him, that professional help would be on its way soon, that they would have all the tools to help him and everything else. The old man suddenly got furious. He began jumping up and down, demanding that we come down the slope right now, or there would be hell to pay. His voice had changed drastically. He was practically growling his words, his hands bunched up into fists, pounding his knees like an angry toddler throwing a tantrum would do. I've never seen a grown adult fly into such a rage in my life. His eyes looked like they were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets. His skin had gone from pale to red in almost an instant. We began to hurriedly make our way back the way we came, his demands and threats getting less audible as we got closer to the trail. Once on the trail, We practically power marched the remaining quarter-mile or so to the car. All the while my uncle was on the phone to the emergency services, explaining to them that there was possibly a mentally ill old man wandering the trail. We were ordered to get to our car and await the police so we could show them where we had encountered him. About an hour later, we were met with 4 police officers, 2 of whom had dogs with them and packs of supplies, like first aid, emergency blankets, and other stuff. We led them to the exact spot, and then pointed the 2 officers with dogs in the direction he led us through the bushes. The search lasted all weekend, but there was no trace of the old man. Officers said the only trail they could pick up had been mine and my uncle's. They didn't find any footprints or anything belonging to the old man we encountered. It's one of my weirdest experiences to date. This occurred around 1999 to 2000. My best friend and I were avid outdoor adventurers and amateur pot growers. We would frequently find secluded places in the woods that allowed for ample light and shade for plants to grow, and that would not allow them to be easily found. One particular day, we went to an annex of trails located near a New Jersey State Park trail system. The trails weren't in the park, but I had hiked them before and knew they weren't that frequented. We had gone out that day with our seeds partially sprouted in moist paper towels. We parked the car at the trailhead and started hiking in. We covered a mile or so and then ventured off the trail and into the woods. We found a clearing, planted the seeds, and tied a few barely visible ribbons off to mark the way to the plant spot to check them in the future. My friend and I got back on the trail and started walking back to the car when my friend noticed a man in the other direction, just staring at us. He was probably in his 30s or 40s, bald head, wearing normal clothes. We didn't think anything of it for the most part, but we definitely kept looking back, as anyone would when someone is behind them in the woods. We saw that he was walking 60 plus or so feet behind us. It seemed weird, but it was probably more so due to us having anxiety that we planted seeds. We picked up the pace, but the man also seemed to pick up the pace as we weren't gaining any distance. At one point, we decided to just get off the trail and let him pass. We turned off the trail and walked into a thicket of sticker bushes, which I remember vividly getting shredded on. We got deeper into the woods and heard cursing. When we turned around, this man was coming through where we had just entered. It was at that moment we actually became scared. Mind you, we're 2 young, strong 19-year-olds, but a man following you into the woods is really creepy. We kind of made a U maneuver to outflank him and came out of the woods a bit further down trail. Once on the trail, we ran. As we were running, there was a fork in the trail and my friend went right and I left. I realized my mistake, as my buddy was going down the correct path and I wasn't. So I turned around and started running back towards the fork to follow my friend. As I was running towards the direction we came from to get to the fork, I could see the man running toward me down the trail. He was a distance away, but not far enough in my eyes. Survival mode kicked in, and I ran as hard as I could. I caught up to my friend who was walking at that point. I screamed, "He's after us," and we both booked it all the way to the car. We got into the car, shaking and out of breath. We backed up and started to get out of the parking lot when the man appeared at the trailhead. He stopped there and just stared at us as we drove away. I've always wondered what that was all about. Did he want to kill a couple of 19-year-olds? Was he also doing something illegal in those woods and wanted us gone? My buddy and I still laugh and talk about that day, 22 years ago. I was 26 when I decided to take a solo camping trip for the first time. Nothing crazy, just me, a little tent, and some time away from everything. I'd been meaning to get out in the woods alone for a while. I figured some peace and quiet would do me good. Cedar Lake seemed like a good spot. About an hour away from where I lived, tucked away in a state forest that not many people talked about. Quiet, easy access, and a small lake with a boat ramp. Perfect. I packed light, just a little dome tent, a sleeping bag, enough food for 2 days, and my old aluminum rowboat. It's been with me since college. Nothing fancy, but reliable. I wasn't looking to rough it. I just wanted to be out there without anyone around. I got to the campsite Friday afternoon. The sky was still bright, with the kind of light that filters through pine trees just right, making the needles glow almost neon green. The air smelled like dirt and moss, and something faintly sweet. It was late summer, just before the leaves started to turn. I set up the tent close to the shore, where the water was calm and the trees hung low. I didn't do much that night, just built a small fire, cooked some canned chili on the edge of a grate, and read a bit until the fire died down. The lake was almost mirror still, no breeze to disturb it, and the only sounds were the soft lapping of water and the distant call of an owl. I got inside the tent before 11, thinking I'd get a solid night's sleep. But around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. Something wasn't right. I heard the low hum of a motor out on Cedar Lake. After dark, the sound was rare and always a little off. No one usually took boats out this late, not unless they were up to no good. I lay still for a second, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but it wasn't nothing. I slipped out of the sleeping bag, grabbed my flashlight, and carefully zipped the tent open, trying not to make noise. The air was crisp and smelled like wet earth. Moonlight spilled across the lake's surface, turning the water into shifting silver ribbons. That's when I saw them. A small motorboat drifting alongside mine. 3 men sitting low, their faces mostly hidden in shadows. They spoke quietly, too low to make out words, but their body language was tense, like they were nervous or in a hurry. One of them stood up and stepped onto my boat, moving toward my gear. I couldn't tell what he was doing, but it looked like he was messing with something, maybe rifling through my bags or checking if my gear was worth stealing. I didn't hesitate. I raised the flashlight and blasted the beam at them. Their faces snapped into view, rough, unshaven, eyes cold and serious. The guy on my boat froze for a split second, then jumped back into their boat. Without a word, they revved the motor and sped away, disappearing into the darkness with the sound of their engine fading. I sat there, frozen and shaking. My heart was pounding so loud, I thought it might burst through my chest. The silence that followed felt heavy and thick. Luckily, my phone still had service. I fumbled it out and called my friend Jim, who lived a few miles down the road. When I told him what happened, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed his son, and they headed straight to the boat ramp, launching their own small motorboat. When they arrived, it felt like a lifeline. Just seeing Jim's familiar face calmed some of the terror twisting inside me. We stuck close as we headed back toward shore, scanning the shadows on the water. Jim said those guys were probably thieves, maybe looking for boats to steal or gear to sell, but I wasn't so sure. There was something darker in the way they moved, like they were testing me, seeing what I would do. I barely slept the rest of the night. Every crack of a twig, every distant splash of water sent me reaching for my flashlight, ready to defend myself, even though I didn't know against what. About a week later, I was scrolling through the local news and froze on a headline. 2 men hospitalized after brutal beating near Cedar Lake boat ramp. The article said the victims had been attacked by a group of 3 men, beaten so badly they needed surgery. Police hadn't caught anyone, but were warning campers to be cautious. It hit me like a punch in the gut. 3 men, Same number as the ones who showed up at my camp. Same area, same time. I never told Jim I connected the dots, but it was clear to me. Those guys weren't just thieves. They were dangerous. That was the last weekend I ever set foot on Cedar Lake. Looking back, it feels like a moment I can't shake, like a line I'd stepped over without realizing it. Being alone out there, isolated in the dark, made me realize how exposed I was, how small. The woods and lakes we think of as peaceful can hide real danger. People who use the cover of night and solitude to do terrible things. I sometimes wonder what they wanted from me. Did they mean to steal my boat? Were they scoping me out for something worse? I don't know. I don't usually post stuff like this online. Hell, I'm the kind of guy who just keeps things to himself. But this one time, a few summers ago, I went out camping alone, and something happened out there that I just can't get out of my head. Maybe writing it down will help me figure it out, or at least get it off my chest. So, here goes. I was getting that itch to head into the wilderness. I picked Blackwood backcountry, a huge chunk of old forest up in the mountains. No trails, no campsites, barely anyone goes there. It's the kind of place that's been left to itself for years. I packed light, just a small one-person tent, a sleeping bag, some dehydrated meals, a water filter, my camp stove, and a flashlight. No phone signal once you get far enough in, so I didn't even bother bringing one. I drove as far as the dirt logging road went, then hiked 4 miles in with all my gear. The spot I picked overlooked a small lake, surrounded by thick pine and fir trees. The water was so clear it looked like glass, reflecting the trees and the blue sky above perfectly. The sun was dropping low when I got there, painting everything in orange and pink light. I set up my tent near the water's edge, collected firewood, and sat back, just soaking it all in. The whole place was so quiet. No cars, no planes, no people. Just the occasional bird or chipmunk darting through the brush. The kind of quiet that gets into your bones, you know? That night, the stars came out like nothing I'd ever seen before. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. For once, I was truly alone. Around 10 p.m., I was just about to drift off when I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At first, I thought it was an animal, but these steps were heavy, deliberate, slow and methodical, like someone was pacing around the edge of my camp. My heart stopped. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent quietly, and shone the beam toward the tree line. There were 3 of them, big guys in full camo, faces mostly hidden under hats and shadows. One had a rifle slung over his shoulder. The others carried big packs. One stepped closer to my tent, fingers twitching near the zipper. Instinct kicked in, and I yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" They froze for a second, then, without a word, disappeared into the woods like ghosts. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept staring into the dark, expecting them to come back any minute. In the morning, I poked around the clearing and found something that made my stomach drop. Twisted wire snares, hidden in the bushes a few feet from my tent. Crude but deadly traps, designed to snap shut and hold anything caught by the leg. I hadn't noticed them when I arrived. That's when it clicked. These weren't regular hunters passing through. They were poachers, the kind who set illegal traps to catch animals without permission, probably to sell or keep. And judging by how they acted, they didn't care who or what they scared off. I packed up fast and started hiking out. Once I got back near the dirt road, I managed to get a weak signal on my phone and called Carl, a local ranger I'd met a couple of years before. I told him what happened, the guys circling my camp, the snares. He sounded serious. "We've had reports about those poachers," Carl said. "They've been working the area for months. We think they're targeting some rare species. They're dangerous, and they don't take kindly to anyone who stumbles on them." I asked if they could send someone to patrol or keep an eye out. "We wish we could," Carl said, "but Blackwood's massive, and we don't have the manpower. Best thing you can do is stay clear if you see those guys again. Just get out and call us from somewhere safe." A week later, I was scrolling the local news when something jumped out at me. 2 experienced hikers missing near Blackwood backcountry. Search ongoing amid warnings of illegal traps. Apparently, these 2 hikers, who knew the area well, disappeared near the same spot where I camped. Rescue crews found their backpacks and boots abandoned near some wire traps, but no sign of the men themselves. The police suspected the poachers were involved, trying to keep people away from their territory. That hit me like a freight train. Those guys who showed up at my camp weren't just trespassers or some weekend hunters. They were predators, hiding out in the wilderness and using traps to control who could be there. And if those hikers could just vanish like that, I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't yelled that night. I've been sitting on this story for over 40 years. I wasn't sure if I should ever post it, but lately I've seen some folks here sharing creepy wilderness encounters, and it stirred something in me. This isn't a ghost story or Bigfoot sighting, though honestly, I might have preferred that. This is something that really happened, that still makes the hair on my neck stand up when I think about it. It was June 1980. I just wrapped up my first year of college. I was 19, living with my folks in the East Bay for the summer, working a part-time job at a hardware store, and saving up for a beat-up old Datsun. I wasn't the most adventurous kid, but I liked nature. Hiking, camping, you name it. There's something peaceful about being out there in the woods. That weekend, I told my folks I was heading up to Marin to do a solo overnight hike. This was back before we worried so much about that kind of thing. No cell phones, no GPS, just a paper map, a compass, and some dumb 19-year-old confidence. I planned a loop hike through Mount Tamalpais State Park with a lightweight tent, enough food for 2 days, and a dog-eared paperback copy of The Stand to kill time in the evenings. I left early Saturday morning. I remember it was already warm, the sun barely above the trees as I drove my parents' Toyota up through Mill Valley. I parked at a small turnout on Panoramic Highway. There were maybe 3 cars already there, spaced out along the shoulder. No one else around. Perfect. The hike started out like any other, just me and the trail. The woods were dense in some places, opening up into sunny meadows and then closing again under a thick canopy of redwoods. I passed one older couple in the first 2 hours, but otherwise it was just me and the birds. I found a little off-trail with a decent clearing and set up camp. Nothing fancy, just a patch of flat ground under the trees. I boiled some water for coffee and kicked back against a log, soaking in the quiet. Now, this is where things start to take a turn. Around mid-afternoon, I was maybe half a mile from my camp, hiking a little loop trail that led to a scenic overlook. I was just stretching my legs. I came around a bend and nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man standing dead center on the trail, just standing there. He was tall, skinny, almost lanky, with thinning gray hair and these round glasses that made his eyes look bugged out. He looked like someone's dad, but with a weird energy. He was wearing a tan hiking vest over a blue shirt, and he had a camera hanging from his neck. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said, smiling way too wide. His voice was calm, but there was this noticeable stutter. I mumbled something like, "It's okay," but I was definitely on edge. Something about his posture didn't feel right. He didn't move out of the way. He just stood there, smiling. Eventually, I stepped around him and kept walking, and he turned to walk beside me, which wasn't welcome. "You out here alone?" he asked. The stutter wasn't severe, but it was odd. It didn't match the weird confidence in his body language. It was like his mouth and his brain were on different tracks. The way he said, "alone," dragged, like he was savoring the word. I hesitated. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to answer either. "Just meeting some friends later," I said. He laughed softly, like I told a joke he didn't buy. Good spot for it," he said. "Not a lot of people out today." I just nodded and kept walking faster, hoping he'd take the hint. He didn't. He followed me for maybe another 5 minutes, talking about birds and trees and how he'd lived in the area a long time ago. I remember thinking it was strange how he stuttered on some words, but not others, like he was performing it more than struggling, like he wanted me to underestimate him. Then suddenly, he just said, "Welp, I'll let you get to it," and turned back down the trail, disappearing into the trees. I don't know how to describe the feeling he left behind. It was like someone had turned the temperature down 20 degrees. I stood there for a while, staring in the direction he'd gone. I don't remember finishing the loop. I just headed back to my camp, adrenaline buzzing. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every twig snap or rustle outside my tent made my heart jump. I kept thinking about that guy's smile, how wide it was, like it didn't reach his eyes. And the stutter, it kept replaying in my head like a stuck tape. It felt like part of a mask, like he was trying to seem non-threatening while watching every move I made. I eventually dozed off, probably at around 3 or 4 a.m., and left the first thing in the morning. Here's the part that still messes me up. That afternoon, driving home, I flipped on the AM radio. The top story on the local news was about another hiker who'd been found dead, shot, execution style, in the woods near Mount Tam. The body had been discovered earlier that morning, just a few miles from where I'd camped. I pulled over and just sat there. I don't remember exactly what the reporter said, but the words serial killer and trail site stuck in my head like thorns. I'd never even heard of the trailside killer before then, but it wouldn't be the last time I did. I got home that Sunday evening and didn't say much to my folks. I told them the hike was good, weather was fine, yada yada. I didn't mention the guy on the trail or the news report. I don't think I fully processed it yet. Honestly, I didn't want to admit to myself that I might have been in serious danger. It was easier to pretend that creepy guy was just some socially awkward hiker, and not, a murderer. But over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been really, really wrong. I started paying attention to the news. Back then, you didn't get updates pushed to your phone. You had to actually watch the local broadcasts or read the paper. So, every night, I sat in front of the little TV in our kitchen, waiting for updates. And, sure enough, there it was again. The second body had been found. Another hiker, this time a woman in her 20s. She'd been shot in the back of the head at close range and left just off the trail. Again, near Mount Tam. Police weren't saying much, but the anchor mentioned something about the possibility of a serial offender, and a name started circulating, the trailside killer. I started digging a bit. I'd head to the library after work and flip through newspapers on microfilm, looking for anything I could find. What I learned chilled me. This wasn't new. There had already been a string of murders over the past year, mostly women, all hikers, all shot in isolated areas around Marin. Santa Cruz, and the East Bay, always with a 38 or 44 caliber handgun. Sometimes their wallets were gone, sometimes not. Nothing ever taken from the men, when there were any. But there were other details too. Once the paper didn't print front and center. If you read between the lines, occasional quotes from investigators, brief mentions buried deep in the articles, it was clear these killings weren't just about robbery or quick violence. Some of the victims had been found bound. Some were partially clothed. There were references to signs of struggle or additional trauma, but the specifics were often left vague. I think deliberately. One reporter wrote that the full autopsy reports were too graphic to summarize in print. Another hinted at evidence suggesting prolonged encounters. I don't think I need to spell out what that means. The thought that the man I met might have done that to multiple people made my skin crawl in a way I'd never felt before. Up until then, I'd been clinging to the idea that maybe I'd misread the situation. Maybe he was just a weird guy. But when I imagined that same flat smile, that awkward stutter, hovering over someone who couldn't fight back, I stopped making excuses. I realized I hadn't just brushed past a killer. I'd walked within arm's reach of a monster. Eventually I told a friend, a guy I worked with at the hardware store. He was older, maybe 25, and into all kinds of survivalist stuff. When I told him the story, he got real quiet. "You think it could have been him?" he asked. I said I didn't know, and I didn't want to believe it. "Sounds like you got lucky, man. Real lucky." That word stuck with me. Lucky. Not smart, not brave, just lucky. Then the summer ended, and I went back to school. Life moved on, but every once in a while, usually when I was out in the woods or heard something on the news, I'd think about that guy, about what could have happened if I'd lingered, about how close I came to being a name on a list. Fast forward to 1984. I watched a special on TV about California serial killers. Cheery evening viewing, I know. And suddenly, there he was, that face, the same bug-eyed glasses, the weird smile. David Carpenter, the trailside killer. I felt like I was going to throw up. They were showing his mugshot after his arrest in '81. A woman and her boyfriend had been hiking in the Santa Cruz Mountains. He shot both of them, but the guy survived and managed to give police a description. That was what finally brought him down. Turns out Carpenter had a rap sheet going all the way back to the late 40s. He'd been in and out of prison for horrible crimes that I won't spell out. He was a total predator, and he'd been living in the Bay Area the whole time, hiding in plain sight, holding jobs, taking hikes. The show mentioned at least 10 confirmed murders, but some investigators thought the real number might be higher. I sat there, frozen, just staring at his face on the screen. There was no doubt in my mind that was the guy I met on the trail. Same stutter, same weird, too wide smile. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't exaggerated it. I had walked away from a conversation with a man who was actively killing and torturing people in the woods. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. I don't really know why. Embarrassment, survivor's guilt maybe. Like I had no right to be traumatized because I wasn't one of the victims. I didn't call the police either. It had been years by then. What could I have said? Hi, yeah, I had a weird chat with a killer once, but I didn't know who it was at the time. I doubt it would have helped. But still, I think about that sometimes. Maybe I should have said something earlier. Maybe someone else wouldn't have died. That was the last solo hike I did for a long time. I stayed out of the woods completely for a couple of years, and when I did go back, I made damn sure someone always knew where I was and when I was supposed to be back. Even now, I still flinch a bit when I see someone suddenly appear on a trail, even if they're just out walking their dog or jogging. My mind goes right back to that day, that smile, that stutter, that moment where I felt like I was being watched not by a man, but by a predator sizing me up. Time does that thing where it just rolls forward whether you're ready or not. I went on with my life, graduated, moved, changed job a few times, got married, had a kid, but that encounter, it stayed, sometimes buried, sometimes right up at the surface, usually triggered by something random, a story, a sound in the woods. My wife always said I seemed hyper-aware in unfamiliar places. She called it my sixth sense. I never explained why. I never wanted to scare her. She just thought I was overly cautious, a little paranoid, and maybe I was, but it wasn't baseless. I knew exactly what people were capable of, even the ones who smile at you on a trail in the middle of the day. In 1997, we took a family trip up north, past Mendocino, just a couple of nights in a cabin with the kiddo. My daughter was about 6 at the time. All curiosity, and she wanted to go exploring. There was a little wooded path near the property, nothing fancy, just a short loop that led to a stream and back. Harmless, right? Still, I felt that familiar tightness in my chest when we stepped into the trees. I let my wife walk ahead, kept my daughter in my arms, scanning every direction like I was expecting something to lunge out. Halfway through, we passed a man walking alone, average-looking guy, maybe in his 40s, wore a rain jacket and carried a small walking stick. He smiled and nodded politely, and I nodded back, politely, calmly, but I was on tenterhooks. He kept walking, disappeared around a bend, and I turned to my wife and said, "Let's head back." She gave me a look but didn't argue. She knew when to trust me on things I couldn't quite explain. That's the thing no one tells you about this kind of experience. It never fully leaves you. You can't unfeel that brush with danger, and I never felt the same in the woods after 1980. I go back, sure, but I always carried that weight, that shadow. In 2003, I finally did what I should have done 20 years earlier. I called the police, not 911, just the non-emergency number for the Marin County Sheriff's Office. I told them I thought I'd encountered David Carpenter back in 1980, before his arrest. I didn't expect anything to come of it. I just wanted it on record. Closure, I guess. They were polite, took down my statement over the phone, asked a few clarifying questions. They said they'd pass it on to the cold case unit. I never heard back, but that wasn't the point. I just needed it out of me. That same year, something else happened that shook me more than I expected. Carpenter came up for potential execution. The state was moving cases forward again. His name popped up in the newspapers, radio reports. Death row inmate David Carpenter, trailside killer, back in headlines. His photo was everywhere again. That same damn face, same glasses, same thin smile. I kept thinking, what if I'd been one of them? And why wasn't I? I read up on his crimes again. 10 confirmed murders, maybe more. He targeted people who were vulnerable, isolated, hikers, mostly women, but sometimes couples. He'd sometimes tie victims up, sometimes rob them, often much worse. But always, he killed. Every time someone got away, it was pure luck, which is what I still come back to. I've had nothing that should have protected me. I was alone. I was 19. I was a kid with a backpack and a dumb smile. If he had a gun in his bag that day, and I bet money he did, I wouldn't be here writing this. You would have read about me in the chronicles as another body found near trailhead. I'd be a footnote in one of those true crime books you pick up at the airport, and the world wouldn't have changed much. I never told my daughter the full story. She's an adult now, got her own kid, and she hikes sometimes, posts her trips on Instagram. I worry more than I probably should. She rolls her eyes when I ask if she's checking in, if she's bringing someone, if she's got signal, but I ask anyway because I know. And when I tell her, stick to busy trails or let someone know your route, she hears a dad being a dad. But what I'm really saying is, I met the devil once, and he seemed like a nice guy. Back in 2010, a friend of mine sent me a link. Someone had posted a write-up about the Trailside Killer on Reddit. It was one of those r/true crime posts. Long, detailed, clinical. I read every word, sitting in my kitchen late at night. The comments were full of people saying how creepy it was, how they couldn't imagine being out there alone. I wanted to reply. I really did. Just drop in and say, yeah, well, I was. It was there that I learned a detail that just cements how close I came to pure evil that day. David Carpenter was alleged to lose his stutter when he had victims where he wanted them. He got so excited, he lost his stutter. And I find that both relieving and utterly terrifying. It was September 22nd, 2018. My friend had enlisted my help as a YouTuber and cameraman to showcase his skill as a blacksmith. We needed a location that was nearby, but remote enough that cars or people would not be heard. Since we were on the west coast of Washington, we chose Capitol Forest. I had meticulously packed all my gear and GoPro batteries, as well as multiple LED lanterns, because we decided to stay overnight. We went ahead and used my 2-man Kelty ultralight tent, a small tent, but it would easily house my gear and protect us from the elements. We got to the location, about 8 miles in, using my black Jeep Patriot. I had also packed a firearm, my AR-15, and my friend was bringing his 12-gauge shotgun. We took our personal safety very seriously. The wilderness is a dangerous place for humans. It took us approximately 45 minutes to get to the spot I'd found. It had a small clearing with road access and was surrounded by a heavily wooded ravine, except for the road leading into it. Once we got there, we unloaded our equipment, set up camp, and made shelter. I noted a strange bird call, but decided it must have been a raven. The only reason I remember it is that it was so different from all the other birds, and it didn't sound like a bird call at all. The other reason I noticed it was because of my outdoors and military experience. Anything odd, we make a mental note of it. The bird sounded like a person talking gibberish, but in an odd sing-song manner. It sounded awkward. I looked around to see if I could spot the raven, but I couldn't find it. After that slight detour, I was setting up my LED lanterns. I set up 3 around the camp area, each about 20 to 40 feet away from the tent. The nearest one was on the edge of the ravine, near an area with ferns that overlooked the clearest spot for ingress of the ravine. The ferns stood about 2.5 feet tall and were thick. With that done, I began filming as Jay had gathered enough wood and materials for his presentation. I watched him baton wood and axe through plenty of small vegetation, stand on his knives, and abuse them in almost every way possible. He even drove the tips of his knives into a rock, and the tip broke the rock. His blacksmithing was impeccable. I reviewed the footage I got and made sure to get more B-roll. By that time, it was very dark at 8 p.m. We made dinner and tucked into our sleeping bags. I fell asleep almost immediately. I had a great sleep until about 2:50 a.m. I awoke to something sniffing my head from outside the tent. When I was conscious, I heard it huff in longer intervals 3 times. I quickly turned my head to Jay to make sure he wasn't doing some weird snoring. I found out afterward that he'd taken a medicated gummy. I don't drink, and I do not partake. I'm very clean-cut. I immediately tried to wake him as I unzipped my sleeping bag and held the AR-15 lengthways across my body, the barrel pointing toward the huffing sound. Jay said, "Go back to sleep, it's nothing," and continued to snore. He wouldn't wake up. I said in a very loud voice, "Get." Nothing. There were no sounds of scrambling through the underbrush, no stepping on cold, dry leaves, no animal sounds, no bugs. I was perturbed. I lay awake for almost 3 hours, holding the rifle and sitting up, waiting for this thing to come through the tent. Around 2.5 hours later, I finally went back to sleep. Jay woke me up at 9 a.m. I told him I heard an animal last night and tried to wake him. He didn't remember anything. I said, "Let's check for prints. I'm very curious to see what it was." I'm not sure if it was because the ground was soft and full of debris, but there were no prints around my tent. I checked on the muddy side of the ravine, underneath the ferns, and on a muddy switchback that deer frequented. I knew deer frequented it because there were several deer prints on it. There was also a strange imprint from what I thought could be a very large dog or bear, and it wasn't there the day before. I walked back to Jay and told him I had found a strange print that wasn't there yesterday. He said it looked like a man's footprint, but it was distorted due to the rain and slick mud. We both laughed. I agreed, but we both disregarded that possibility. It started to rain at about 10 a.m. that morning. I asked if I could invite some friends from Tacoma. Jay agreed, and they said they'd be there in time for dinner. Today, we left all the knives and other equipment in the tent, and we just focused on making a decent amount of fuel for the fire tonight. The previous night got to around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. For those Celsius users, your fingers can turn blue without gloves. It was around 6 p.m. when they finally got there. Our fire was burning cheerfully with a nice wood pile next to it. We had spaghetti for dinner. M was a friend of mine in the military. C was M's guest. We talked about a lot of different things. Not so many good things were happening in our lives at the time. J and M had a lot in common, as they both got divorced recently. We played cards until around midnight. I heard a small rustle in the ferns/leaves area below us in the ravine. I looked up, hoping to see a deer or rabbit. I didn't think much of it, but Jane noticed me looking and asked, "What did you hear, T?" I told him. About 5 minutes earlier, I heard the rustle again, but louder. Then, I heard a soft ting in the center of camp. Jay's head swiveled to me. M and C asked what that bell was. I said, something over 3.5 feet tall just ran into my bell trap. The string I'd set up was an easy thing. It'd only take something brushing up against it to knock it down. The bell fell from about 4 feet and had hit the ground, immediately muting it, but not before the tiny ting sound. I said, "Shh, we might see a deer." How wrong I was. The guys continued to play cards, but my attention was laser-focused on the area with the ferns. 5 minutes go by. I check my watch. It's approximately 12:16 p.m. I'm horrified by what I spotted next. A long, white, and I mean white as in marble, with no hair and black nails, hand pops through the ferns no less than 20 feet away. It's a strange position. It looks like it's connected to someone crawling through the undergrowth. And the compass rows of companions at the table all look up. Jay is frozen in fear. M doesn't see it yet. C can't see it yet. I grab my rifle and stand up as the next arm comes through the ferns. Jay is to my left, locked onto what he sees. The head emerges, a big, slightly elongated jaw or pseudo snout, now exposing a white face and a broad, muscled chest. This thing was ripped. I had no issues believing this thing could rip one of us apart. Looking back at it now, it reminded me of the white orc from The Hobbit, but more feral looking. This moment was strange. I couldn't register what type of animal this was. I was struck dumb in the same instant as I was terrified. My logic followed as thus. This thing, around 7 feet tall, with arms easily 4 feet long, has snuck up on us in the middle of the night. As I raised my rifle, with Jay turning his head left and my best friend M still wondering what was going on, Jay said, "Wait." I didn't. I shot 2 rounds into its chest. After the 2 gunshots, it effectively disappeared into the night without a sound. Leave it to the camera guy to have a huge stream of light that was 2,000 lumens and 60K candela. I ran down the ravine, looking for a blood trail or the body. I was fully expecting to see torn up brush, blood, and then the body. There was nothing. Not a track, not a drop of blood. I went all the way to the bottom of the ravine, about 200 feet down. I heard my friends starting to yell for me nervously, as they couldn't see my light anymore. It was foolish of me to have gone by myself, but I needed to confirm what I saw was real. I made the long trip back up. It took me a little over 7 minutes to get back up, and that was me running. If I had wounded it, and it didn't bleed, it probably died in a hole somewhere. That was my logic. I asked my friends if we could leave tonight. They were fairly confident that I'd killed it, whatever it was. Jay said he was okay if we could sleep in our friend's big tent. I said they were crazy. I want to leave. They convinced me to stay, saying that whatever it was scared off or dead, that we could look for it in the morning. So I told them, "No, I'm sleeping in my Jeep. You guys can sleep in the tent. You're all crazy." They went to bed. It was about 1 in the morning now, and I was cozied up in my Jeep. I had nightmarish thoughts of waking up to this thing's face pressed up against the window, but my friends' thoughts were based on fact. They were right. I had probably killed this thing. I woke up at 3 a.m. I wondered why. Maybe it was my nerves. With that thought, I turned on my overhead light rack and high beams and looked around the clearing. That's when I got a side view of the creature, staring at my friend's tent from behind a stump. I immediately turned on my Jeep and honked my horn, driving over 2 small trees to get closer to their tent. The thing had vanished again, down the ravine. I forced them to get into my Jeep, leave their car, and leave that night. Something else happened as we were packing up. I swore. Out of my peripherals, I saw it again, moving to the other side of the densely wooded clearing. With the amount of light coming off the Jeep, it didn't like it, or knew it would get spotted immediately. I couldn't confirm that sighting, and if I wasn't scared for my life, I would have been recording. To be fair, I'd like to think that you guys wouldn't be focused on that either. I can answer any questions you have. No, I didn't see it stand up. I aimed at its chest. The LED lanterns were more for us getting up and going to the bathroom, and they weren't meant for brightness. They just barely illuminated the place. Had they not been set up, very likely, we wouldn't have seen it with only the campfire going. We would have only heard it. Something that I left out. When it was crawling out of the ferns, I noticed it kept its face angled down, as if to expose as little light to its eyes as possible. I'm not sure if this was intentional or if it was aware of its eye shine. I'm assuming it's something it's learned. I've been reading stories and r/creepy encounters for a while now, and every time I come across a creepy camping story, I think about something that happened to me years ago. I always kind of laughed it off, but even now, it still makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up when I think about it. This happened when I was around 15, so back in 2018. I was on a weekend camping trip with my local scouts troop, camping on a big piece of land owned by one of the group leaders. It was out in the middle of nowhere, somewhere near the southern edge of the Appalachian foothills in Tennessee. Real dense woods, and the only thing out there was a tiny gravel road that ended at the clearing we camped in. It wasn't an official campground or anything, just a clearing with a fire pit, some logs to sit on, and a wide patch of trees surrounding it in every direction. The property backed right up to the national forest, so beyond the edge of that clearing was just miles and miles of woods. We were out there from Friday to Sunday, and there were probably about 15 of us, a mix of middle schoolers and high schoolers, with 4 or 5 adult leaders. It was one of those youth trips where they try to make you disconnect from your phone and spend time with God and nature. I didn't mind too much. I liked being outside, and I was close with a few of the guys. Anyway, Saturday night was when it happened. So, that night, we'd finished up dinner and were hanging around the fire, making s'mores, telling dumb jokes, typical stuff. At some point, a group of us, 5 or 6, decided to play a prank on Jake, one of the older high schoolers. Jake was 17, tall, kind of cocky, but he had this reputation for being a bit of a scaredy cat when it came to scary stories. We figured we'd sneak up on his tent and try to spook him with one of those cheap rubber Halloween masks that someone had brought. It was this ugly, old-looking scarecrow face, nothing high-tech, just plastic and string, but creepy enough in the dark. So the plan was simple: sneak up, shake his tent, then pop out wearing the mask and scream. Dumb teenager stuff. We grabbed a flashlight and started heading across the clearing towards the tents. Everyone's tents were spaced out along the tree line, kind of in a half circle. Jake's was one of the furthest, near this big pine tree. When we got close, one of us, I think it was Andrew, called out, "Hey, Jake, you in there?" Clear as day, we heard a voice from inside the tent say, "Go away." It was Jake's voice. Sounded annoyed, like he knew we were about to mess with him. We all grinned, figured the jig was up, but went ahead with it anyway. Cody, the guy with the mask, crept up and shook the tent hard. Then he jumped back and popped out from behind it, yelling. But there was nothing. The tent didn't move. There was no scream, no laughter. Cody pulled the flap open, and the tent was empty, like completely empty. There was no sleeping bag, no backpack, nothing. It was just empty. We were all standing there blinking at each other like, what the hell? Andrew then says, "Are you sure that was Jake?" "I heard him," Cody said. We all did. We stood there kind of dumbfounded for a second, and then someone says, "Wait, isn't Jake at the fire?" So we jog back across the clearing, thinking maybe he circled around and beat us somehow. There he was, sitting by the fire, roasting a marshmallow, laughing with two of the leaders. He looked up at us and was like, "What?" We asked him how long he'd been there. "Since dinner," he replied. Now look, we were maybe gone 10 minutes tops. There was no way he could have heard us from the fire, run to his tent without being seen, answer us in his voice, and then run back through the trees, silently I might add, before we even realized he was missing. It made no sense. We all just sort of looked at each other. Someone made a joke. Maybe it's a ghost. And we laughed. But it was the kind of laugh you force out when something isn't right, and you can't explain it. Later, Cody said, "That wasn't just someone messing with us. That voice was his, like exactly his tone. Same little annoyed way he says, 'Go away.'" I don't know how to explain this part. It wasn't just that it sounded like Jake. It was like someone had a recording of his voice and hit play at the exact right moment, except we never heard any rustling, no movement, just that voice from the tent, and then nothing. That night was rough. After the prank fizzled, we all went back to our own tents. Mine was a few yards away from the others, tucked near the tree line. I laid down and stared at the ceiling of my tent for what felt like forever. My flashlight was off, but I kept it clutched in my hand. I was trying to convince myself it was all just a joke. Maybe someone else in the group did a voice impression. Maybe Jake was messing with us somehow. I must have drifted off around midnight. Then, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside of my tent. Not animal noises. Footsteps. Heavy, slow, deliberate steps, crunching on pine needles. Pausing, then starting again, like someone walking in a white circle around the tent. I stayed perfectly still, heart pounding. My first thought was that it was one of the guys messing around again, but the footsteps were off. Too quiet to be someone stomping around, but too heavy to be an animal. "Cody?" I whispered, but no one answered. Then I heard a second sound, faint, but it chilled me to the bone. A whisper, right outside the tent. "Go away." The exact same tone as earlier, same voice, same cadence. My blood ran cold. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there, paralyzed. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Go away." Then, silence. No footsteps. No leaves rustling. Just dead quiet. After a few minutes, I worked up the courage to turn on my flashlight and shine it out through the mesh. Nothing. No shadow. No people. Just the edge of the trees and the faint glow of the fire still going near the center of camp. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I was one of the first ones up. I stumbled out of my tent, groggy and still freaked out. Cody came over to me looking pale. "You heard it too?" he asked. He didn't even explain what it was. He just knew. "I heard footsteps," I said, "and the voice again." He nodded slowly. "Me too." We checked around our tents. No footprints. No signs that anyone had been there. Jake swore up and down he hadn't left the fire that night. One of the adult leaders even said they'd been with him almost the whole time. We told them what we heard. They kind of brushed it off as teenage imagination. "Probably a coyote," one of them said, "or someone sleep-talking." But we knew better. I know what a coyote sounds like, and I know my friends' voices. This was something else. We left that afternoon, packed up, drove back into town, tried to pretend it was just a weird night in the woods. But every now and then, I'll hear a voice in a dream that sounds exactly like Jake's, whispering, "Go away." Sometimes I still wonder, whatever was out there, Did it know we were trying to scare someone? Did it think that was an invitation? Was it just mimicking Jake? Or had it been watching us the whole time, waiting? I don't know what it was, but I've been camping dozens of times since, and I've never heard anything like that again. Stay safe out there. I've been sitting on this story for years, and honestly, it still sends shivers down my spine when I think about it. It happened when I was a teenager, and it's probably the closest I've ever come to something truly terrifying in the woods. This story takes place about 12 years ago, when I was 16 and part of a co-ed outdoor leadership program in upstate New York. We weren't scouts exactly, more like a backcountry skills and survival group. Think summer camp meets low-key military prep. Once a month, we'd meet for multi-day hikes, camping trips, and survival simulations. I loved it. Until this trip. It was a crisp October weekend, and a group of 6 of us, 4 guys, 2 girls, plus 2 adult guides, were set to hike a 20-mile stretch of the Finger Lakes Trail. The plan was simple: 2 days, 1 overnight. We'd pitch camp somewhere off the trail the first night, and hike the rest the next morning. Day 1 went great. Leaves were full in fall color. We took our time, stopping to identify trees, take notes, even spot a few deer. Around 5 p.m., the light was starting to fade, and we still hadn't reached an official campsite. Our leader, John, decided we'd go a bit off trail and pitch our tents in a small clearing just inside the tree line, maybe 50 feet from an old access road. The area was quiet, just trees and the distant hum of the wind. There weren't any other hikers on the trail that day. We'd seen no one since we started. The road nearby looked disused, overgrown, cracked asphalt, no fresh tire tracks. We assumed we were totally alone. We set up our tents quickly, cooked some freeze-dried pasta on a little camp stove, and sat around swapping stories until the fire burned down low. It was chilly, but not unbearable. Around 10 p.m., we crawled into our tents. I was sharing mine with a buddy, Marcus. We were both pretty wiped and fell asleep fast. I don't know how long I was out, but it was still pitch black when I woke up. What pulled me from sleep wasn't a noise at first. It was the way Marcus was breathing, shallow and tense. Then I heard it too. Engines, multiple. At least 2 vehicles coming fast down that broken old road. They weren't subtle. The engines were revving loud, and we heard what sounded like car doors slamming, and voices, male and not happy, arguing, shouting, though we couldn't make out words. Then came the sound that turned my blood to ice. Gunshots. Not just 1 or 2, at least half a dozen. Fast, echoing through the trees. Everyone froze, literally. No one made a sound. I remember trying to slow my breathing, thinking about how close we were to that road. I imagined headlights scanning the trees, catching the sheen of our tent fabric. Another shot rang out, closer this time. I looked at Marcus. His eyes were wide, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. Someone could walk right into our campsite. More shouting. Something slammed. Glass breaking. We didn't dare unzip the tent to peek. We didn't move. Then, after what felt like hours, but was probably 15 or 20 minutes, the engines started up again. Tires spun out in the gravel. The vehicles peeled off, and the noise faded into the distance. We still didn't move. Eventually, after another hour or so, John moved from his tent and quietly walked over to check on the rest of us. He whispered at each tent, making sure everyone was okay, telling us to stay put and silent until daylight. No one slept much the rest of the night. At dawn, we broke camp fast. No breakfast, just packed up and headed back to the trail, still jumpy and silent. Before we left, John and one of the other adults cautiously walked out to where we'd heard the noise, just to make sure the coast was clear. When they came back, their faces said it all. There were 3 cars in the field just beyond the road, burned out, still smoking in some places. One of the windshields had literally melted and was dripping down into the steering column like wax. The cars were shot up too, bullet holes in the doors and fenders. One of the back windows was shot through. There were no bodies, thank God. We didn't talk much on the way back. The entire group just moved in this weird, shell-shocked silence. The adults told us not to say anything until they'd reported it. We didn't even stop for lunch, just pushed through until we hit the trailhead and called for a ride back to base. Later, we learned from local news that there'd been a police investigation into a possible gang-related incident in the area. No arrests were made. No one was ever officially charged. The whole thing just faded out of the news cycle after a few weeks. But I still think about that night, about how close we were to something really bad. If they had taken a different turn off that road, or wanted a place to dump something, or someone, we weren't even supposed to be camped there. The adults made changes to the program after that. No more off-trail camping. Every site had to be official and cleared by the Park Service. We also started carrying emergency radios on every trip. I haven't been back to that trail since. So yeah, to the guys with guns, burned out cars, and bad intentions that we nearly met in the woods that night, let's not meet. This was about 2 years ago. My family, my wife Sarah, our kids Lily and Max and I, decided to take a weekend camping trip. We live in the Boston area and wanted a quick escape to somewhere nature-filled, but not too far. After some research, we picked a small state park in Vermont with a reputation for beautiful river views and hiking trails. We booked a campsite online, and everything looked great. According to the park website, the site was right by the river, with a nice slope and a wooded area. The photo showed a pretty nice spot with good space to pitch a tent. So, Friday afternoon, we loaded up the car and drove about 3 hours. We got to the park mid-afternoon, and the sun was shining bright. It was warmer than expected for early fall, maybe mid-60s. We stopped by the ranger station to check in and get a map. The ranger was friendly, but warned us to watch out for changing weather. It could be unpredictable this time of year. No big deal, we thought. The drive to our campsite was about 10 minutes down a dirt road, winding through thick forest and rocky hills. When we pulled up, the first thing we noticed was how quiet it was. The spot was tucked up on a ledge overlooking the river, surrounded by tall pine trees. It was gorgeous. The kids were excited to explore, running ahead to find sticks and rocks. We started unloading and setting the tent up. I was trying to get everything done before the sun set, but it took longer than expected. The ground was uneven, not sandy or grassy like other campsites we'd been to, but more like loose dirt and gravel with patches of moss. Sarah was worried it might not be stable enough, but I told her we'd be fine. I put the stakes in as deep as possible. By the time the tent was up, the sun was dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows over the campsite. The kids were starting to get chilly, so Sarah lit a small campfire while I unpacked the cooler. We made hot dogs and marshmallows, sitting around the fire, and laughing at silly ghost stories the kids insisted on hearing. After dinner, we cleaned up, and the kids ran around a little more, while Sarah and I took turns setting up sleeping bags and organizing gear inside the tent. It was getting darker fast, so we all climbed in at around 9:30 p.m. The night was peaceful at first. The sound of the river flowing below was like white noise, soothing and steady. We listened to crickets and an occasional hoot from an owl somewhere deeper in the woods. Lily was already asleep, Max was dozing, and Sarah and I were talking quietly about the next day's plans. Then the wind started. At first, just a soft rustling of the trees, but within minutes, it was whipping around the tent like a freight train. I could hear branches banging together and leaves whipping past our windows. "Is it supposed to get this windy?" Sarah asked, a bit worried. "I don't know. Maybe just a passing storm," I said, trying to keep calm. I zipped up the tent flap and pulled the rain fly tighter, but the wind got worse. It pushed against the tent walls like someone was trying to squeeze in. One of the poles popped out of the ground with a sharp crack, and suddenly the tent was sagging. "Hold on, kids," I shouted. Sarah grabbed the poles inside, trying to brace them. The tent flapped violently. Rain started to sprinkle in through the gaps, and my heart was pounding. I knew the ground was loose, but I didn't realize just how unstable the whole ledge was. "Dad, it's really scary," Max whispered, clutching my arm. "Stay close, buddy. We're gonna get through this," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. For what felt like forever, we fought the storm. Every time I tried to put a pole back in the ground, the wind yanked it loose. The rain was cold, soaking through our jackets and sleeping bags. Sarah was crying quietly, trying to calm Lily. Finally, the wind started to die down. The rain slowed to a drizzle, and the tent settled in its half-collapsed state. We sat there, cold and exhausted, listening to the river roar beneath us and wondering if the tent would hold until morning. When the first light came, everything looked peaceful again. Birds chirped, the sun warmed the damp earth, and the storm was a memory. That's when I looked outside and saw the edge. Our tent had been set right up on the edge of a cliff, a 60-foot drop, straight down to the river below, with jagged rocks lining the shore. I felt my stomach twist. One of the broken tent poles was balanced on the very brink of the cliff, just inches from slipping off. If the wind had pushed the tent a little more, if that pole had shifted, or if the ground had given way, we could have fallen. I could barely breathe thinking about it. We packed up as fast as we could, the kids quiet now, sensing something was off. On the drive home, I kept looking back at the trees disappearing behind us and felt a mix of relief and guilt. I keep thinking about how close we came to disaster and how we didn't even know it. Dear listener, this story contains descriptions of medical trauma, caregiver abuse, including implied sexual abuse. Please proceed with care. This is going to be long and probably hard to believe. Hell, I wouldn't believe it myself if someone else posted it. But I lived it, every second, every breath, and I need to get it off my chest. 3 years ago, I was in a car accident, a bad one. I was 29, healthy, independent, living alone in Pittsburgh, and working as a lab technician at a hospital. One rainy night, someone blew through a red light and T-boned my car. The impact caused a traumatic brain injury and spinal cord damage. When I woke up weeks later, I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink at first. But I was aware. I heard everything, felt everything, thought clearly. I just couldn't respond. The diagnosis, locked-in syndrome. It's rare, but it happens. Basically, your brain is mostly fine, but your body is frozen. People assumed I was in a vegetative state. The doctors explained to my family that there wasn't much hope, that if anything changed, it would take years. And so, I was placed in long-term care. That's where I met Monica. At first, she seemed like a blessing. Mid-30s, chipper, always humming when she came into my room. She was one of the regular night nurses at the care facility. I learned her name from the way others said it, cheerfully, trustingly. But as weeks passed, I noticed something was wrong. She didn't talk to me like the others did. Most nurses would narrate what they were doing, even if they believed I couldn't hear. "Okay, Emily, time for your meds," or "let's clean you up." But Monica was silent, clinical, detached. And then came the first time. It was maybe 2 a.m. I was lying in bed. I heard the door open, footsteps approach. Monica. I recognized her perfume. She didn't turn on the lights. I felt the blanket pull down, and cold air hit my chest. Then her hands, not adjusting tubes or checking vitals, touching. Inappropriate. I wanted to scream. My mind was thrashing, but my body lay still, like a corpse. After a few minutes, she left like nothing happened. I stayed awake until morning, tears leaking out of my eyes. No one noticed. This became routine. Not every night, maybe once or twice a week. Sometimes she whispered things. I don't remember the words exactly, just the tone, like I was a toy, a thing. Other nurses never suspected anything. They all liked her. Sweet Monica. Hard-working Monica. I tried to find ways to signal them. I focused everything I had into blinking or twitching a finger. Sometimes they thought I was reacting. Maybe a spasm, they'd say. Maybe there's a little activity. But no one understood I was trying to speak. I wanted to die. Months passed like this. I lost track of time. I hallucinated. I stopped trying to move. Then came the breakthrough. One afternoon, a neurologist came in with a research assistant. They were testing a new kind of eye-tracking device, like a keyboard for patients who couldn't move. The assistant, Lauren, placed a camera in front of my face and asked me to look at a screen. "Can you try to follow the dot with your eyes?" she asked. I did. For the first time, someone noticed. She gasped. "She's responding. Look, she's tracking it." They calibrated the software, and over the next week, I was slowly able to spell out words. It was exhausting, like running a marathon with your eyeballs, but I didn't care. When I spelled my name, Emily, the entire room went silent, and someone cried. I thought, finally, I'm saved. But that was just the beginning. Lauren became my primary therapist for the device. She was amazing, patient, kind, careful not to overwhelm me. She asked yes or no questions I could answer by looking left or right, and eventually started letting me spell things out. The first word I spelled, help. She looked confused. What kind of help? I didn't answer right away. I couldn't. Part of me was terrified. What if Monica found out I could communicate? What if she retaliated? But Lauren kept coming back, kept encouraging me. So I started slow. I spelled night, then Monica, then bad. Lauren didn't understand at first. She's your nurse, right? What about her? It took several sessions, but eventually I spelled it out. She hurts me. Lauren went pale. She wrote everything down and promised to tell someone. I begged her to be careful. I was terrified Monica would come into my room and punish me the way she had before, touching me, whispering in my ear, treating me like an object. To her credit, Lauren believed me. She alerted the supervisor. An investigation was quietly opened. Security cameras were checked, schedules compared, witnesses interviewed. But here's the thing. Monica was smart. She never did anything obvious on camera. Most of the abuse happened in blind spots. The physical evidence was minimal. And worst of all, no one had ever seen her act inappropriately, except me. Lauren advocated for me hard. She even got a psychiatrist to evaluate whether I was lucid, and I passed with flying colors. With the eye tracking device, I could now answer full questions, name dates, describe incidents. I told them about her routine, her gloves, the things she whispered. Eventually, the administration suspended Monica, pending investigation. I thought that was it, but then she came back 2 weeks later. They told me the evidence was inconclusive and that she had an exemplary record. They assigned another nurse to be present during her shifts, but only during scheduled meds or procedures. The rest of the night, she still made rounds alone. The next time she came into my room, she shut the door and stood over me. I was shaking inside. She leaned down and whispered, "You really think they'll believe you? You're a fucking vegetable." Then she smiled and walked out. That night was the worst of my life. The next morning, I begged Lauren, through the device, to move me anywhere. Another facility, another room, just not here. She talked to the director, and by some miracle, they agreed. 2 days later, I was transferred to a different facility in another part of the state. Monica didn't know where. It was like stepping into sunlight after years underground. The new staff were incredible. They trained with the eye-tracking device. They listened to me, talked to me, treated me like a human being. Over the next year, I improved a lot. I regained slight movement in my right hand and could grip soft objects. I could twitch my toes, and eventually, I started vocal rehab. Today, I can speak in short sentences. I still use a wheelchair. I still need care, but I'm me again. Last month, I testified via recorded video and written statements in a case brought against Monica. Turns out, I wasn't her only victim. Another patient, a nonverbal autistic man, had suffered under her care. No one had ever asked him what happened, but when they reviewed his charts and matched up his panic reactions with her shifts, it started to form a pattern. And me, I was the one who broke it open. The case is ongoing, but she's been arrested and stripped of her license. Sometimes I still see her face when I close my eyes. I wake up sweating, hearing her whisper. But most days, I wake up free. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you ever have a loved one in long-term care, pay attention. Look at their eyes, read their faces, talk to them, even if you think they can't hear. Don't assume silence means peace, because I was screaming the whole time. This was years ago now, but it still creeps me out, not because of what happened to me, but because I think I may have seriously traumatized a group of civilians without ever saying a word. I was in the middle of Marine Corps basic training at the time. We were doing a nighttime navigation and evasion exercise deep in the woods of North Carolina. If you've ever been through it, you know the drill. No light, no GPS, just a map, a red filter flashlight, a compass, and your wits. The goal was to move from one checkpoint to another without being captured by instructors pretending to be the enemy. They don't tell you the route. You just get coordinates and you figure it out. And they don't tell you how close you'll be to civilian areas. Most of the time you're well within base perimeter, but sometimes, especially during more advanced training, you're near property lines or bordering public land. I remember that night because it was colder than it had any business being for late spring, and I was already tired as hell from a 20-mile forced march earlier that day. I was sore, hungry, and just mentally done. So when I plotted my route and saw a shortcut that cut through a stand of woods on a slightly lower ground, I took it. It wasn't an approved path, but it would get me to my next checkpoint a full 15 minutes faster, and maybe I could lay low a bit to catch my breath. Now here's the part where things get weird. I'd been moving through a forest for a while, quietly. Slow steps to keep from cracking twigs or making noise. The moon wasn't out, so I was working under near pitch black. Just the red glow of my flashlight every few minutes to recheck my heading. Then I saw it. A glow. Soft and orange, bleeding through the trees. At first I thought it was one of the instructors setting up an ambush camp, so I froze and got low behind a tree. The light didn't move, and there were no sounds of boots or gear clinking, no chatter, just this steady fire glow and the occasional murmur of people talking. I moved in closer, staying off trail and low to the ground. I couldn't see anyone clearly at first, but as I got closer, maybe 30 or 40 feet, I realized it wasn't a military setup at all. It was civilians, 5 or 6 of them sitting around a small bonfire, bundled up in fleece jackets and knit caps. They were drinking from tin mugs, laughing softly, and occasionally looking over their shoulders into the woods. I could make out backpacks, coolers, even a Coleman lantern. Real campsite vibes, and for some reason I'll never fully understand. I didn't stop. I didn't call out. I didn't even backtrack. I just kept walking. I'd already committed to my heading, and I figured, hell, this is probably private land they don't even know is shared with the base. I figured if I just walked through calmly, they'd assume I was supposed to be there. So I stepped out of the woods. I was in full camo, face paint, helmet, pack, and carrying an M16. The only part of me that didn't look like a ghost was the slight shimmer from sweat and dirt. I must have looked like something out of a damn horror movie. I didn't say a word, didn't make eye contact. I just walked straight through the glow of the firelight, about 10 feet away from the circle, and passed back into the darkness on the other side. I didn't hear anything at first, but maybe 3 seconds after I crossed the clearing, I heard gasps. One of them whispered, "What the fuck?" And another said, louder, "Did you see that?" Like they weren't even sure I'd been real. I kept walking, kept my pace steady, not reacting. I made it about 100 yards into the woods before I ducked down, got behind a fallen log, and finally let myself breathe. And here's where the guilt set in. I realized I just walked through a group of totally normal, innocent people who were probably out there on some chill weekend getaway. And what did they see? A silent, camouflaged man with a gun, walking straight out of the trees, right past their fire, and disappearing again without a word. They didn't know it was training. They didn't know there was a military base nearby. Hell, for all I know, they thought I was a ghost, or some kind of killer, I guess. And the thing that makes it worse, I didn't tell anyone. I just went on with the exercise. We finished that rotation at dawn. I hit all my checkpoints, got a pat on the back, and had breakfast like nothing happened. But I kept thinking about that group, those people sitting by the fire. I kept wondering what that night was like for them. Did they scream once I was gone? Did they pack up and run? Did they stay frozen in fear, too scared to move or speak? Did they report it? I went back later that week on a pass and tried to figure out exactly where I'd been. I'm almost certain that section bordered some public access land, maybe state-owned, or a backcountry camping zone. It wouldn't have taken much for the military boundary to blur a little in those woods. I never heard anything about it on base. I like to imagine they figured it out later, maybe looked at a map, saw that they were next to Camp Lejeune or whatever, and shrugged it off. Maybe one of them used to be military and recognized the gear and realized it was just a boot in training. But there's a part of me that's pretty sure I wrecked somebody's nerves that night, because if that had been me, if I'd been sitting there and saw a guy walk out of the forest with camouflage, face paint, and an M16, not say a word, and just disappear, I don't know how I'd sleep after that. I think about the way they froze when I passed through. I think about the look on one guy's face, mouth slightly open, mug halfway to his lips, just staring at me like he couldn't believe I was real. And I wonder what they tell people now. I'm a 28-year-old solo traveler from the UK. I'd been saving up for a while to take a month-long trip across Europe, and everything was going perfectly until I booked that damn Airbnb. It was in a small town in southern Spain, a place I'd never heard of before. The photos were straight out of a travel magazine. Rustic charm, a private pool, surrounded by olive groves. The host, Maria, had a 4.9-star rating with dozens of reviews. I felt I'd hit the jackpot. I arrived late on a Friday evening. Maria wasn't there to greet me in person, but she left a note taped to the front door with a small brass key and a warm message in neat cursive. Bienvenido. Make yourself at home. Wi-Fi info is on the fridge. Please message me if you need anything. P.S. The cellar is locked. Please don't try to open it. Gracias. Weird thing to mention in a welcome note, right? Still, everything looked exactly like the photos. Cozy, rustic, very Instagrammable. The furniture was old but well kept, and there was fresh fruit and wine on the table. I was tired from traveling, so I didn't overthink it. I took a hot shower, poured a glass of wine, and sat out by the pool under the stars. It was so quiet. Like, too quiet. You don't realize how much ambient noise there is in daily life until it's gone. No cars, no people, no dogs barking, just the occasional rustle of leaves or distant howl. Around midnight, I heard a soft tapping on the window next to the living room. It was just 3 taps, deliberate, sharp, not like wind or an animal. I stood frozen with my wine glass mid-air. Nothing. I turned on the patio light. The yard was empty. The next morning, I shook it off. Jet lag, stress, overactive imagination. I went into town. Cute place, very sleepy. There was one small cafe, a pharmacy, and a few older locals milling about. I grabbed a croissant and espresso and wandered back to the house. When I got back, I had a missed call and a voice message from Maria. Hi, I hope you're settling in well. Just wanted to check in and see if you needed anything. Oh, and please don't go into the cellar. It's locked for a reason. That was it. Her voice sounded flat, like someone reading from a script. I replied, just saying things were fine and thanking her for the wine and fruit. She didn't respond. That afternoon, I explored the property more. The olive grove behind the house stretched for what felt like miles. I found the cellar door on the north-facing wall of the house, mostly covered in vines. The lock looked brand new, shiny, chrome, heavy-duty, definitely not from the same era as the rest of the building. I took a photo, mostly because it struck me as weird how the door seemed deliberately hidden. Later that evening, I was flipping through my photos while eating dinner. I zoomed in on the picture of the cellar. That's when I saw it. In the window's reflection, right next to the door frame, was a face. Not mine, not Maria's, just a pale, hollow-eyed face, staring directly at the camera. I dropped my phone. When I picked it back up, the face was still there. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. The skin was grayish and the mouth slightly open, like it had been caught mid-scream. There was no one there when I took that photo. I was alone. I was sure of it. I deleted the photo. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard soft thumps coming from below the floor, maybe pipes or rodents. At some point around 2:30 a.m., the hallway light turned on by itself. I just lay there, not moving, under the covers like I was 5 years old again. I stared at the crack beneath my bedroom door and waited for a shadow to pass. Nothing did. I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. The next day, I told myself I was being paranoid. I left the house and drove along the coast to distract myself. When I came back in the evening, something was off. One of the bedroom doors I hadn't used was slightly open. I was certain it had been closed before. I pushed it open, expecting, I don't know what. But the room was normal, except for one thing. A small key lay on the bed, antique looking, made of black iron. It wasn't there before. I would have noticed it. I picked it up. It was ice cold. I pocketed it without really thinking, just instinct. Then I checked my phone. No messages, no missed calls. I messaged Maria asking if someone else had access to the property. No reply. That night, I barely slept. I kept that key under my pillow like some kind of talisman. In the early morning, I thought I heard whispers outside my door. Not words, just the rhythm of whispering, like a conversation was happening just barely beyond comprehension. I sat up, held my breath. It stopped. I don't think I even blinked for 10 minutes. The following morning, I called Maria. She answered, but she didn't say anything at first, just silence. Then, "You shouldn't have gone near the cellar." "What is this place? Did something happen here?" I asked. More silence. Then she hung up. I packed up everything. I was done. I didn't care that I had another 4 days booked. I threw my bag in the car and left. I drove straight to the nearest hotel in Malaga, checked in, showered, and tried to act like everything was normal. That night, I slept for 10 hours straight. I didn't leave a review. I didn't message Maria again, but something still wasn't sitting right with me. So a few weeks later, I started digging. I searched the house address and found a handful of old records. The property used to be owned by a family called the Estradas in the early 80s. They had a daughter, Lucia, 14 years old. In 1986, she went missing, disappeared from her home, never found. I couldn't find any follow-up articles, just a brief mention in a Spanish newspaper archive. No arrests, no resolution. I asked a Spanish-speaking friend to help me check a local forum. Buried deep in a thread about urban legends, someone mentioned that same house. They said locals believed Lucia had been kept in the cellar, that her father, who went mad, might have locked her down there after she started seeing things. Apparently, the house sat abandoned for over 20 years before it was bought, renovated, and put on Airbnb. I tried to find Maria's full name, or anything linking her to the Estradas, but her Airbnb profile had been wiped, vanished, like she never existed. I even went back a few weeks later under a different account. The listing was gone. Look, I don't know what happened in that house. Maybe the key unlocked something, or maybe I was already being watched. Maybe Lucia is still there, in some form. All I know is that something was wrong with that place, deeply wrong. I keep thinking about that face in the window reflection, how it looked like it was screaming, but made no sound. I don't know if Maria was protecting guests, or covering something up, but if you're ever traveling and something feels off, leave. Trust your gut. It's better to lose money than lose your mind. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed that. If you have a scary story you'd like me to read on the channel, please send me an email or post it to my subreddit. You can find details of this in the video description. It's the stories that make this, and this is the best way to ensure variety in the stories I share. Thank you all for listening, and a special thanks to my channel members and patrons who now have special access to ad-free videos and other behind-the-scenes content. Once again, thank you guys for listening. Have a great night.